we're live.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We'll get started here in just a second as folks trickle on in from the waiting room. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Looks like we've got most folks already over from the waiting room, so we'll go ahead and get started. So welcome, everyone. You are here at the second mandatory info session for the Generation 28 Open Enrollment Charter application. Thank you for joining us today. We hope today you will get all the information that you need in order to start preparing your application or continue preparing your application for a Generation 28 Open Enrollment Charter School. So let's go ahead and dive in. We'll start off with introductions. Hi, everyone. I'm Marianne Shetty. I'm the Director of Charter School Authorizing here at the Texas Education Agency. Very happy to be here with you all this morning. I've been in this role for about 1.5 years now. You would have seen me if you attended our Generation 27 application info sessions. And on the line with us today and going to share tons of great information with you is John Garland, and one of our coordinators from our new schools team, as well as Natalie Elliott, also coordinator on our new schools team as well. And so these John and Natalie are the folks that are manning our application inbox. When you send those emails in, they are the folks that are really going to be your points of contact through the application process. So I'm excited to have them here. They're going to give you a great session here in a little bit on the application. And then we'll also have other folks from TEA join us today a little bit later on as well. So we'll go through the agenda. So we are in our welcome and introductions time period right now. And then I'll transition into a portfolio overview. So what do charter schools look like in Texas? We'll take a quick break for you to check any emails, do anything that, stand up, stretch, go get some water. And then John and Natalie are really going to dive into the application overview. You'll see that we have time for Q&A after that as well. And you'll see this common theme that after every session, we have dedicated time for Q&A for questions at that point. Also, for the Q&A, you'll see that we have the Q&A feature. Please put your questions into that feature, and then we will use them throughout the day. We will either address them at an appropriate time, or we'll take a break and try to address them in the moment or answer them live as well, too. Then we also have, following up our application overview, we will have our financial plan workbook. We have Joe Herrera coming from our school finance team here at the Texas Education Agency. He's going to talk to you about finances and really walk through the financial plan workbook with you as well, with dedicated time for Q&A. We'll take 30 minutes for lunch and give you a break from the screen. And then we'll come back in the afternoon and I'll give a presentation about the Charter School Program Grant. We'll talk a little bit about how we've structured that through the application this year, as well as what everyone's answer or question around allowable and unallowable costs as well. We'll have time for Q&A for the Charter School Program Grant session as well. Then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll hear from Scarlett Pappas with our special populations team related to special education in the application. There'll be time for Q&A. And then we'll have some folks from our high quality instructional materials team here at the agency to talk about those opportunities and those resources that are available from the agency as well, too. Wanting to make sure that you know what everything that we have to offer here at the agency as you build your application. And then we'll do a closing, and then we'll stay on the line for about 25 more minutes and give you the opportunity to do optional Q&A with our team. really a way to make sure that you have all of your questions answered before you leave to go off to the application or attend one of our great support seminars that Natalie and John are also going to talk about as well. So the role of authorizing here at the agency, and we take this very seriously, is to expand the Texas charter school portfolio by approving high quality applicants to launch high quality schools. And so we see the application process as the rigorous way that we do that here. And so we have a process that we'll kind of talk about a little bit here in detail, and John and Natalie will add to it as well. But the real focus there is to launch high quality schools. After schools are launched, our office then provides leadership guidance and support to all state authorized charter schools. We just held our quarterly operator calls this past week with all of the charter school operators in Texas. So it's really great to see their faces. And so really trying to answer any questions that they might have, share resources, preview items from the agency. And that's all in our vein of providing leadership guidance and support to the state authorized charter schools here in Texas. And then we run the renewal, expansion, or replication processes, as well as non-renewal and our revocation processes as well. And so the role of the authorizing office here at TEA is to really do those and kind of have those functions as well. So anytime a charter wants to amend their contract through an expansion or replication, our renewal process, we have 55 of our charter operators up for renewal this school year. And then, anything when there is non-renewal as well, that, if schools are not renewed forward, or if there's an instance where something happens and revocation has to take place as well. So our office is responsible for leading all of that work too. And then lastly, really as the function of the state agency, monitoring the legal requirements and performance according to everyone's charter school contract, state accountability, and our charter school performance framework as well too. So Texas Education Code Chapter 12, you'll hear us talk a little bit about that throughout the day, and you'll hear folks reference it, list 5 purposes of charter schools here in Texas. The first and foremost is to improve student learning. Ultimately, we want all of those schools to be high quality and offer high quality student learning experiences to the students who are enrolled in those charter schools. The second is to increase choice opportunities in the public school system. Charter schools are public schools, and so their presence gives parents the opportunity to choose where they would want to send their children here in Texas. The third is to create professional opportunities to attract new teachers. Would really, think about how you're structuring your school, how you're supporting teachers. Ultimately, are you doing something within your school to attract new teachers, and then also to retain them as well once they start in your school. And then fourth, establish a new form of accountability. So as you know, charter schools receive kind of increased autonomy in exchange for that increased accountability, right? That is the kind of the tenet and nature of the charter school structure. And so that is one of the purposes of Texas charter schools as well. And then lastly, to encourage different and innovative learning methods. And so, I know we have a number of folks who have education experience on the line who are interested in starting schools. And really, this is the idea around capturing different ways to run those schools and different ways to operate them. So let's talk a little bit about the historical timeline of charter school laws here in Texas. And so in 1995, the 74th legislature passed the Texas Charter School Law and established our initial cap of 120 schools. And then in 1996, so the State Board of Education awarded those first open enrollment charter schools here in Texas. And in 1997, those first schools began serving students here in Texas. And so they've been in operation for a number of years here at this point. We just passed a couple of years ago, the 25th anniversary of the law being passed. And so now going into this school year, we're at the 25th anniversary of those schools serving students as well. And then in 2001, university and four-year colleges could establish charter schools. These are our subchapter E's for any of our subchapter E interested candidates who are on the call today. In 2009, junior colleges were then allowed to establish charter schools as well. So adding them into the subchapter E laws. And then in 2013, probably the most robust overview and kind of changes to the charter school law, Senate Bill 2 passed during the 83rd legislative session and conveyed the authorizing authority to the Commissioner of Education, as well as you'll see there in 2013, established some mandatory default closure laws, and lastly, expanded our cap to 305. And so over time, right, we've seen the legislature kind of, initiate charter school laws here in Texas and then make modifications to the law when necessary in order to make sure we have the strongest portfolio possible. So you've heard me already reference Texas Education Code Chapter 12. And so subchapter D is the statute that governs the open enrollment charter schools. Subchapter E governs those university charter schools. And if you haven't read Chapter 12 yet, we highly recommend that you read the charter school law. It is the law that if you are awarded a charter school will govern the operation of your charter school. And so we highly recommend you spend some time, reading Chapter 12. We know it's not for the most exciting reading, but we really think it's important for anyone who's interested in opening and running a school. And then in many places in the Texas Education Code, it gives the commissioner the authority to write rules to govern processes and structures that it references. And so in Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 100, that is where you're going to find the administrative code that applies to open enrollment charter schools. And this also is much more detail about the policies and administrative law that govern charter schools here in Texas and that our office follows, for example. So if we're in this rule, you'll find all kinds of information around expansion and non-expansion amendments that you might have heard of in the past. You'll find criteria for renewal. You'll find reference to the charter school performance framework. So I also recommend that anyone who's interested in opening a school take time to read that chapter. It's a little bit longer, but we really think that it's important and that there's a wealth of information in there that you will need to know. And it's helpful knowing it through the process as you write your application. It's also going to be paramount that you know it if you are authorized and awarded a charter school as well. So let's talk a little bit about what the Texas portfolio of charter schools looks like. And so this past school year, we had 185 charter LEAs. So operators who had either one to a number of campuses. So there are 872 charter school campuses last year in Texas, serving 377,375 students. And so that equates to about 7% of Texas public school students. So 7% of Texas public school students choose to attend charter schools. And so really robust, and we've seen that grow over time here in Texas as well. And when we think about the number of our charter schools, a majority of our schools manage fewer than 6 campuses. And so you'll see here kind of going from left to right, biggest to smallest. So we have 12 what we consider large operators that have 10 or more campuses, 14 medium operators that have 6 to 9 campuses, 78 small operators that have 2 to 5 campuses, and then we have 81 standalone operators. And so you'll see there that 159 of our campuses have, or of our charters, manage charter schools that have fewer than 6 campuses. And then over time, the performance of our charter school sector has continued to improve as well. And so this is right up until the last accountability based on accountability scores, the last ones that we have before COVID. Coming up here on August 15th, we will have our first accountability scores released since 2019. And so we're really excited to take a look at those and see what that says about the charter portfolio. But over time, the Texas charter school portfolio is continuing to improve. So we've added, you can see here, added significant more numbers of charter operators receiving those A and B accountability letter grades. and reducing that number that have D and F accountability letter grades as well. And so this is based on our number of campuses in 2019 that received accountability scores. So let's talk about charter schools and who they serve. And so they serve, our charter schools here in Texas serve higher percentages of minority students than our traditional ISDs. So they enroll 5.7 more Black students and 9.5% more Hispanic students than our traditional ISD schools. And we've also seen that our charter schools serve a higher percentage of economically disadvantaged students in our traditional districts as well. So about 10%, our charter schools serve about 10% more economically disadvantaged students, about 10% more ESL students, and about 8% more English language learner students. And then where we do see a little differential is coming in right under special education. And so our charter schools serve a slightly fewer percent of special education students than our traditional ISDs do. At the teaching side of things, this is we see that our charter schools employ a higher percentage of minority teachers than our traditional districts. And then on the experience side, kind of an interesting take, our charter school teachers have fewer, we have a higher percentage that have fewer years of experience, but on par with advanced degrees, we're right there with ISDs with only a 2% differential. So I kind of made an allusion to this, and I think one of the reasons that we have such a rigorous application process is because of the importance of what charter schools do. So we entrust charter schools with the health, safety, and welfare of Texas students, as well as public resources. And so we want to make sure that the entities that are getting approved through our rigorous application process are prepared to serve students successfully on day one in a safe environment, providing high quality educational options to them, and be good stewards of those public dollars as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our application process and really to think of this as a funnel. And so as we go through the different phases of the process, applications either meet or don't meet the requirements, and those that don't meet are then removed from the process. And so we get narrower and narrower where we start from all the applications that are submitted by November 4th to the charters that are approved and then awarded contracts to operate. So let's start at the top in red, at that widest part of the funnel. And so the applications are reviewed against a minimum standard. So we review for a minimum standard for eligibility, for completeness, and for plagiarism. And so we do kind of this check that we, once we receive the applications in November, we'll do this check and review and make sure that applications meet that minimum bar. So every application that meets that minimum bar is then reviewed by a panel of external experts in charter school authorizing. And so you'll see that in the blue. And applicants or applications have to have a minimum score of 85% of available review points to advance. John and Natalie will talk a little bit about how you get to that 85% here when we do the application overview. But we're really looking for a minimum threshold in order to be able to move forward. We think that's really important, and we want to make sure that we're spending our resources here at the agency and our time here at the agency with those applications that are going to be most likely have the highest success or highest chance of approval. And then after that, we move into our staff review here at the agency. So we collect a kind of an interagency team of folks from school finance, from our special populations division, from our instructional materials division, from our bilingual education division here at TEA. And so we have a number of folks, our legal division as well, who are reviewing our applications prior to the capacity interviews. And so what we're doing is we're making sure that internally we're reviewing and preparing for those capacity interviews, of which all of those teams participate in as well. And so we conduct applicant capacity interviews. We host those interviews virtually. And they're also live streamed to the public. And so the Texas Education Agency staff facilitate those interviews. So myself, our new schools team, you'll see us all throughout this process if you make it to the capacity interview. And then our State Board of Education members also join the capacity interviews as well, and they have time allotted to ask questions. As I said, those are live streamed. They're available. Last year's are available on our website, and you can watch them, and we recommend that you do also as well. And then after those capacity interviews, the commissioner makes a recommendation and determines which application school or which charter school applications to approve. And so that is, we take into account the external evaluation feedback, the feedback from TEA internal staff, the performance in the capacity interview for a holistic recommendation on whether or not that school is ready to open day one or not. And then once the commissioner makes a recommendation, he shares that recommendation with the State Board of Education members. And so Texas Education Code says that the State Board of Education has to take action to veto within 90 days of that recommendation if they choose to do so. And so you'll see here in that green part of our funnel that SBOE can take action or no action on the applications. If they take action and veto, then the application does not move forward to open and the school does not open. If they take no action within those 90 days after the recommendation from the commissioner, then those applications are what become our approved charter schools. But we're still not done yet. You'll see that blue bar at the funnel. We then have a contract contingencies period where we work with applicants to address any areas potentially of non-compliance, any modifications, any contingencies that might have come up during the State Board of Education meeting. We ensure that all contingencies are addressed and are met before charter school contracts are awarded. So then that last step is that awarding of the contract, and charter schools then begin what we call our year zero or our pre-opening year, where they then spend the next year preparing to launch their school in the following August. And so this year, the applications are due this November. We will have the capacity interviews in May of 23. And then that pre-opening year will be for 23-24. So this year's application process is for schools that want to open up then. And so I mentioned a rigorous process. And so since 23, just 13.8% of our charter applicants have been approved. And so we have a kind of a higher bar and threshold that many that is higher than other large authorizers in the country. So typically other large authorizers in the country approve around 39% of their applications. And so we have a higher bar. We receive more applications than those other authorizers often, as well as our process is very rigorous to make sure that folks are ready to operate on day one. We think it's really important that those students have a high quality experience from the beginning. So we have time for a little break. I'll see if there's any Q&A in the section. And so we always get this question, and I know we answered it in the chat, but I'll answer it now. The slides will be available after the presentation. We always share the slides. We will also share the recording on the website as well. So you can always revisit the recording of today's session too.
All right, just a couple more questions here before we jump to a break. Just to clarify what Marion said, if you are going to be a Gen 28 applicant, you're going to be opening your doors, your year one in the year 2024-2025 school year.
Yep, that's correct.
Mm-hmm. And then someone is asking when will the recordings be available for this seminar? So we will discuss that during my presentation, Natalie and I's presentation. So stay tuned to get the answers on that one. And then also someone wants to know how we will share those links to the webinars. Again, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a break and we will reconvene at 9:30. Okay, we will see you at 9:30. All right, everybody, it's 9:30. I'm going to go ahead and give everybody one more minute to get settled and we'll start. So one more minute. All right, everybody, it's time. Let's get started. So welcome back. It is 9:31, and we will get started on our conversation about our application process, and we'll take a deep dive into our actual application package. All right, so here we go. So for the next 45 minutes, we're going to talk about a lot of things, some things deeper than others, but we're going to start out with how do you actually access the application? We're going to talk about who can apply, and then we can talk about what kind of applications are available for those who are eligible to apply. We're going to take a deep dive into the parts of the application package, and then we're going to discuss in great detail the narrative document, the attachments. We're going to talk about some terms and concepts that are going to be helpful to you all during the application preparation period, which is now. We're also going to talk about scoring and how the applications are reviewed. And then we're going to end our time together this morning with some reminders and some key takeaways. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with how do you actually find and access the application. All right, so what you're seeing, or what you should be seeing, is our main charter school webpage. So I would encourage all applicants, whether you plan on applying for 28 or in the future, to visit this website. Not only does it have information about our application process, but it has just a wealth of information about our current charter operators, incubators, all kinds of stuff. There's resources for parents and students, partnerships. There's just a lot of information, how are charter schools held accountable, et cetera. But for today, I want to focus, without making you too dizzy, on the bottom of the page, right? So today our sandbox is going to be here. You're going to click on Applicants. All right, so this is going to take you to the charter school applicants page. So our applications are split between subchapter D and subchapter E applicants. And we'll talk about which applicant you will most likely fall under. But for now, just know that when you go to our website, you will either be a subchapter D or a subchapter E. And we'll discuss these buttons at the bottom here in a moment. So let's go ahead and click on subchapter D. All righty, so you can see here, the application is due on November 4th, okay? I want you all to write that down. That's probably gonna be the most important day to you all for the next few months if you choose to apply. So November 4th, 5 p.m. All right, so here is where you're gonna find everything you need to complete this application. All right, we've tried our best to streamline this process and consolidate a lot of our documents into really just 4 buttons. So hopefully this is something that is approachable to you all. But again, if you have questions, please feel free to reach out to myself or Natalie, and we'll discuss how you do that here in a little bit. So the first button is the application timeline. All this is going to be a 1-pager of our timeline. It's for refrigerator, wall, you want to hand it out to your applicant team. That's just very high level. The second button, we'll go ahead and click it, the application documents. So this is where you're going to get all of the documents, more or less, that you're going to need to fill out. The instructions and guidance document, we'll talk about in a minute. And then this is the big one, the application narrative. This is the button that you click to download the actual application narrative document. That's going to be what you fill out. We'll talk about that in a second as well. Okay, so let's go back. Mandatory information sessions button. This is important. So someone asked in the last session earlier, when will these recordings be available? And the answer to that question is by the middle of next week, and you'll find them here. So we will upload those videos here. These will convert and turn into hyperlinks that will take you to the recording of each of those seminars. All right, and then additional supports. Natalie's going to talk to you a great detail about the additional supports, but for now, we just want to highlight that you can register for each of those events here by clicking the buttons. There's Zoom, so they're webinars. You don't need to attend in person, but you do need to register, and this is where you'll do that, okay? And we also highlighted our optional office hours and the dates that those are available. You don't need to register for those. However, these links will take you to that actual Zoom meeting. Okay, all right, now let's talk about these buttons at the bottom. Marion is going to talk to you later this afternoon about the Charter School Program Startup Grant. Okay, that's a federal grant that is available to our applicants. This button will take you to very general information about it. It's a very helpful tool. However, we also have highlighted some of this information within the narrative document, and we'll talk about that later. Public meetings calendar. Natalie's going to talk to you about the requirement that you do need to have, excuse me, a public meeting. For our purposes right now, just know that once you all let us know that you're having this public meeting, we then upload that notice onto our website as well to alert the public that you are having a meeting. So if for whatever reason you need to direct people, you can direct them to this link to see where and when you'll have that meeting as well. Opportunity Zone Locator. Within our application, there's a possibility to earn up to 2 priority points if you propose to open your school within a qualified opportunity zone. Marion will talk about that when she talks about the CSP grant. But for now, this link will take you to an interactive map that will allow you to see sort of the boundaries of where those those opportunity zones are located. The next button is the Charter School Governance button. This will give you a very high level accounting of board requirements, board trainings, things like that. So it's very important. And then probably most important to you right now is going to be the FAQ document. So the FAQ document, every year we publish, we take all of your questions from last week's session, today's session, and any questions we get in the email. And we add all of our responses into one document, and we publish that document here. So this link will take you to the most current one. So as we get questions, we'll update that document so you can come in and check back as many times as you want. All righty, so let's get back to the presentation. All right, okay. So let's talk about who can apply, right? Who are the eligible entities? TEC Chapter 12 carves out, for our purposes today, 2 main roads to determine if you're an eligible entity to receive a charter school. The first one is subchapter D, and the other one is subchapter E. 99.9% of our applicants are subchapter D entities, and those entities can include any one of the 4, right? So you can be a tax exempt organization. That means you are tax exempt under the section 501c3 of the tax code. I want to stop for a second and let you take notes of this because it's extremely important, because we get this question all the time, okay? If you plan on applying as a tax exempt organization, you do not have to have your final tax exempt status by November 4th. So you do not have to have the final status by the time the application is due. What the attachment does require is that you show proof that you have filed. And I want to reiterate this, and I want to really sort of drill this home, okay? You all need to, if you don't have your tax exempt status and you plan on applying as a tax exempt organization, you need to file for that tax exempt status ASAP, because that is a 4 to 6 month process. So if you don't do that relatively soon, you may not be able to give us that final letter of determination that is due, and write this down, on April 23rd. Okay, so on November 4th, you're going to show us proof that you filed. On April 23rd, you're gonna get an email from me or from Natalie saying, hey, we don't have that final letter of determination. So on April 23rd, you need to have had it and give it to us by then. Okay. The second eligible entity is a governmental entity. There's institutes of higher learning. These are limited to institutions of higher learning as defined in Texas Education Code, Chapter 61. Okay, so in that, it's also going to define what defines private college and universities. So private college and universities can also apply for a subchapter D charter school. Then there's a subchapter E. If you're a public college or public university, you can apply for either subchapter D or subchapter E. So there's a little bit of flexibility. There's some pluses and minuses to subchapter D versus subchapter E. If you are a public college and university, if you have questions, you can bring them up today if you wish, and we can discuss those. All right, now that you have figured out which eligible entity you qualify as, we're going to talk about what applications then are available to those organizations. 99.1% of our applicants qualify as subchapter D new operators. So a new operator means that the entity, not the person, but the entity has not operated a charter school before. Okay. Subchapter D experienced operator, there's 3 buckets that you can fall in. If you fall into any of these 3 buckets, you can qualify and apply as an experienced operator. The first bucket is if the entity, and again, not the person, the entity is affiliated with an out-of-state charter management organization, what we call a CMO, with multiple years of academic performance data. I'm going to stress that, with multiple years of academic performance data. Second bucket is if you are affiliated, you operate a district authorized charter campus in Texas, again, with multiple years of academic performance data. And then that third bucket is if the entity is actually incorporated in the state of Texas, but you operate or manage at least one of those charter schools or campuses outside of Texas. And again, with multiple years of academic performance data. The third application is for subchapter E, college and university. And again, that's for public junior colleges, public senior colleges, and public universities. All right, let's talk about the parts of the application package. We have a very robust application package. It exists across 5 different forms. The first one is the instructions and guidance document. As I showed you on the website, you click that button and you'll be able to download a PDF document that has the eligibility criteria that we just talked about, timelines, key dates, and submission instructions. So we don't expect you to remember everything that we talk about today. We will provide these slides to you. We will post those online. But again, a more robust conversation is included in the instructions and guidance document on how you're going to assemble and submit the application. The second one is a narrative document. On the next slide, we're going to talk about that in greater detail. But for now, it's a fillable PDF. It's got a lot of different parts in it, but you just download the one document. And within that document, it has an executive summary that you're going to complete, a checklist that you're going to complete. All the questions are there that you're going to respond to. And then lastly, there's a letter of special assurances. If you're a past applicant, you probably remember when these used to exist as multiple documents. We have consolidated those since last year. We find that it works very well. Okay. Number 3 is the attachment cover sheets and forms. We're going to talk a lot about attachments, but for now, just know that we have attachment cover sheets that have all the directions on them. And if you have ever doubt where to find the attachments, you can look at the application checklist, or you can look at each of the narrative response pages. And if there's an affiliated attachment, then you can click it and hyperlink to the website that will give you that cover sheet. But again, we'll go into that in greater detail in a minute. We also have workbooks. Okay, so every applicant, whether you're a new operator, experienced operator, a sub-E, whatever, every applicant is going to fill out number 4. That's the financial plan workbook. So Joe Herrera from our financial compliance division, more or less the authors of the financial plan workbook, are going to talk to you today and kind of give you a virtual walkthrough of this workbook. But it really is a very robust Excel document that supplements the budget narrative and the financial plan. It's extremely important. And then lastly, number 5, if you're an experienced operator, you need to fill out this additional workbook, and we call this the portfolio overview workbook. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the narrative document, the most important document to you all. So the narrative document is a fillable PDF that has some pluses and minuses to it as well, but by and by, we find that it really is good for our applicants. So it's a fillable PDF. Everything that you need is going to be in that document, okay? It has expandable responses. So you're going to have all the questions provided to you in that document. You're going to respond to those questions in that document in the text boxes. Okay, so those text boxes are going to grow. So as soon as you click out of that box, it's going to automatically grow to meet whatever, however much content you included in that box. The same goes for the tables. Okay, so there's also tables that you have to complete in the narrative document. Those table cells, they grow as well, but you can also add and delete rows. So you don't need to cram, and we ask you not to cram all of your responses in one row or one cell, okay? Then we have resource pages. So last year we tried something and it was extremely successful. We incorporated resources within the actual document itself. So now you don't have to go fishing for things. We tried our best to consolidate all of that information and embed it within the narrative document. So on each page, each narrative page, you'll find a button at the top. Okay, it says terminology, resources, and evaluation criteria. You can't miss it. It's like a mile wide. When you click that button, it's going to open up a page. Okay, and in that page, you're going to find terminology, resources, information about agency initiatives, statutory links. We've tried our best to really include as much support in the narrative document as we possibly can. It's been successful, so we hope that you find it useful. However, also on that page, and equally as important, if you go all the way down to each of those resource pages, you'll see the evaluation criteria. This evaluation criteria, and I'm going to pause for a second and just really emphasize on this. You need to look at the evaluation criteria for two reasons. Number one, it's obviously what our expectations are for a response. But most importantly, and number two is this. As you see it in the application is exactly how it is provided to the external reviewers who will score your application. So before you submit that application, you need to be sure that you are aligning your responses with that criteria, with those criteria, because that's exactly what our external reviewers are going to get. Okay, and then lastly about this, I want to talk about how you actually view the narrative document. Fillable PDFs are no friend to web browsers. Okay, so that's important to note. We get this question a lot, if not the most frequent, is I can't open this document. All right, so what's going on? When you go to the website and you click download, okay, your computer 9 out of 10 times is going to download it, but it's going to open up a ribbon at the bottom and it's going to say, open it from here. If you open it from there, it's going to try and open it in the browser, in Internet Explorer, Chrome, whatever. If you're going to get like a please wait sign, what you're going to do, and this is how you open it. And I want to just stress this. If you still can't open it after today, please email us and we will gladly set up a time to walk you through how to open it, okay? You're going to download this document. You're going to download it to your desktop, to any folder on your computer. When you download it, don't open it from the bottom of the screen. You're going to literally and physically go to the desktop, double click on the icon where it's saved. That's opening it from your computer. That will open it so long as you have Adobe. Okay, so again, just to reiterate, you are going to download it to your desktop or somewhere on your computer. Then you're going to go literally to that location to open it. Don't try and open it from the little ribbon at the bottom. That's just going to try and open it from the internet, from the browser. Okay, but again, if you have questions about that or having problems with it, feel free to email us and we'll get you set up. Okay. All right, so the attachments, I talked a lot about this. So our attachments, there are quite a bit of attachments. They present themselves in the application in really three main forms. So the cover sheets, each attachment has a cover sheet. And now on that cover sheet has all the directions you need to fill out that attachment and put your response behind that cover sheet. We'll say this time and time again over the next 3 months to you all in emails and to remind you that when you submit this to us, you include these cover sheets. These cover sheets tell us what attachments you are submitting, okay? However, some cover sheets have fillable forms with them, right? So you may download, as an example, the biographical affidavit for board members. It will have a cover sheet, but in that same file, if you scroll down, it will have a fillable PDF form. That form needs to be filled out in that form, okay? So you don't fill it out on another, like in a Word document. You'll fill out the fillable PDF form, and that's what you give us behind the cover sheet, okay? And again, if you have questions about that, you can ask them today and we can try and talk about that. And then the last form we've already talked about are worksheets, but I mention these again because I need you all to remember, if you complete them as an Excel doc, which you will, you need to submit them to us as an Excel doc. They're not converted to PDF. They're not included with the narrative. You submit them as an Excel. They're a separate upload, and Natalie will talk about that here in a little bit. And just as a reminder, to find those attachments, you open that narrative document. Within the narrative document, you will see, I think it's on page 3 or 4, the checklist. Those checklist attachments are hyperlinked. Or you can go to each narrative page, and if there's an attachment for that narrative page, you can click there as well. All right. Okay, let's talk about terms and concepts. All right. The first one is going to be about the school board and sponsoring entity. So I guess pop quiz really, what's the difference between the school board and the sponsoring entity that's applying for the charter school or maybe receives the charter? The answer is kind of a trick question. There is no difference, right? So the governing board is made up of all the board members of the sponsoring entity. This sponsoring entity does not create a separate board, school board. So let me just kind of contextualize that a little bit. If you have 5 board members on your board that's applying for this charter and you're awarded a charter, that board does not go find another school board, right? Those 5 members become the school board. So it's extremely important that the board members that sign up to embark on this endeavor are qualified to meet the obstacles as well as the demands of running a charter school. Okay, so you don't delegate those duties. The governing board, and I'm going to say this probably 3 times, is legally responsible for the charter school and its students. Okay, you're going to set governance standards, you're going to establish policies, you're going to manage the superintendent, you're going to evaluate all kinds of metrics of success, and then lastly, you're going to ensure statutory compliance. So again, I'm going to hit this home. All of this is under the penumbra that you are legally responsible for the charter school and its students, okay? What can governing boards not do? This is equally as important, right? So board members cannot be compensated, right? So you have 2 options if you want to, again, embark on this endeavor with this applicant. You can either be on the board and not be paid, or you can step down from the board and take a paid position with the school. You cannot be both at the same time. And I want to really emphasize this in terms of the superintendent, because we get this question a lot. You cannot be the superintendent and be a school board member at the same time, right? Because the superintendent is a paid employee of the school. Board member is not, so they cannot be the same person at the same time. School board members can step down to, again, take paid positions, including the superintendent position, if they want to do that. They just cannot be there at the same time. Governing board cannot elect members that violate nepotism restrictions or members that have been convicted of certain crimes. I'm going to highlight these 2 for a moment and just plug our charter school law presentation. So next week, you'll get an email from us. Probably next week, you'll get an email from us saying, hey, we've uploaded the recordings and we've also uploaded the presentations from today, as well as some additional ones. One of those additional ones is a charter school law presentation. In that, it will talk in great detail about what nepotism restrictions I'm referring to, and then what crimes fall under this restriction. And we'll also talk about the last bullet, that boards cannot delegate duties that are legally required to them to a third party. And again, that presentation will go into a very robust conversation about what that is. So look for an email from us next week that these have been uploaded, including that one. All right, so application, are you applying for a school or for a campus? Marion kind of gave this away, but you're applying for a school, okay? You're applying for a charter school, not a campus, right? So ultimately, you're applying for like a district level operation. You will become an LEA, a local education agency, okay? So think of this as a district with multiple campuses. So your application will be applying for one school, okay, one school that has 1 or more campuses within the application. So applicant A can say, we want to be charter ABC, we want 3 campuses, or we want 5 campuses, or we just want 1 campus. Okay, so you're one school with the option for multiple campuses. For our purposes today, you don't give us multiple applications for each campus. You give us 1 application for 1 school that discusses all of the campuses, okay? All of those campuses need to be within your proposed geographic boundary. We'll talk about that on the next slide. This expansion piece begs to mention that what you put in your application is more or less final for at least the first 3 years. Okay, what do I mean by that? Again, going back to if you want 3 campuses and then you get a charter and you're awarded those 3 campuses, you're not going to be able to grow that to 4 or 5 campuses until the end of year 3. Okay, so there's no process right now that would allow us to tell you, hey, yeah, sure, go ahead. We approved you for 3, but you can do 4. Okay, so you need to be very deliberate and thoughtful about how many campuses are necessary to facilitate your mission and vision. Okay, so you need to be real thoughtful about that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna close out my section of the presentation on geographic boundaries. So charter schools define their enrollment boundaries by the actual geographic boundaries of traditional school districts. So I'm gonna say that again. Charter schools define their enrollment boundaries. So where you're gonna be able to enroll kids from by the geographic boundaries of traditional school districts, okay? So geographic boundaries are at the charter school level. So this means this, right? So Charter ABC says our proposed geographic boundary is River Run ISD, okay? River Run ISD is applicable, I'm sorry, the geographic boundaries are applicable at the charter school level. So no matter where your campuses are, your boundary is River Run ISD. Doesn't matter where as long as your campuses are within River Run ISD, that's where you can enroll your students from, okay? And again, if you have questions about this, please ask them in the Q&A and we'll address those. So geographic boundary setups kind of fall into 2 buckets. Applicants can pick from one or the other. The first one is more of the traditional bucket, which means, again, we have 5 school districts that we are going to propose as our geographic boundary. That means that any student within any of those 5 districts can apply and enroll on a first come, first served basis within the school, right? There's no hierarchy to the 5 different districts. The other bucket is that applicants can designate primary and secondary boundaries, right? So going back to the 5 school districts that you've proposed for your geographic boundary, okay? Within that, you can say, well, we would like to designate as a primary boundary a zip code or a street highway or a school district. That means that come enrollment time, students are enrolled from the primary boundary first. If there's space, then those that reside within the rest of the secondary boundary are then enrolled if there's space. Okay. All right, I'm going to kick it over to Natalie. And again, I gave you all a lot of information. Please feel free to ask questions in the Q&A. Natalie, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, John. Okay, so continuing on from geographic boundaries, we are now going to talk about a couple of essential requirements for your application. The first is the Statement of Impact package, and this is a big deal. This is a package that is intended to notify school superintendents, board presidents, and elected officials of your proposed geographic boundary, within your proposed geographic boundary of your intent to apply for charter. This year, we have created a resource to help assist you with this process. We have a helpful list of elected officials organized by ISD, and you can access this resource from a link within the application narrative document. So the Statement of Impact packages must be sent by certified mail, and they consist of 3 components. The first is a cover letter, and we provide the template for this cover letter for you in the attachment document that you download from the application. Secondly, you must include the Statement of Impact form, which is also included within the attachment document that you download. And then third, you must include the applicant profile page, which is a part of the application narrative document. It's essentially the first true page of the narrative after the checklists at the beginning. All of these should be compiled together and sent by certified mail to all of those elected officials. Now, for another requirement, we have the public meeting, which John also mentioned. So the intention of this public meeting is to notify the public of your intention to apply for charter and the basic components or the basic gist of your charter proposal. At least one meeting is required. You're absolutely welcome to have more than one, but you definitely need to document one in your application. And it must follow the following criteria. You may have it virtually or in person. It's entirely up to you, but it must be open to the public. You can't limit attendance for any reason. Additionally, you must provide public notice. This must be done through a widely circulated publication like a newspaper. It's absolutely permissible for you to publish it within the classified section, but the circulation of whatever publication you choose must cover the proposed geographic boundary of your proposed charter. So for instance, if I'm proposing a charter school in Travis County, then I wouldn't take out my public notice in the Houston Chronicle. And finally, an email notice of the public meeting should be sent to all of the individuals notified through that statement of impact process that we just discussed. This is what we just highlighted in the previous slide. The notification should be sent no later than 5 business days before the scheduled meetings. Okay, now we'll review in detail the steps for assembly and submission. So we just want to highlight really quickly, this is a reminder that no paper component is required for application submission. We are only asking for digital submissions. They must be uploaded to the share file link by November 4th at 5 p.m., no later than 5 p.m. The share file link that I'm referring to is included within the instructions and guidance document. And I will say that a couple more times just to make sure you know where to find it. The steps for submitting are as follows. So you want to save the narrative document as a PDF file. This document includes the application checklist, the narrative responses, and the letter of special assurances. They're all already housed within that PDF. Secondly, you want to save an attachment submission document as one single PDF. This includes the attachment cover sheets, their corresponding pages contained within the attachments behind them. And this is all as one file. I'm going to talk about this in more detail in the next slide. Please note some attachments like your organizational bylaws might need to be scanned in separately and then collated into that one PDF file that will comprise your attachment submission document. Next, make sure the financial plan workbook is updated and totally aligned with the associated budget numbers mentioned in the narrative document. The financial plan workbook will be saved and submitted as a separate Excel file and should not be combined with the attachments document or the narrative document. As if you're a returning applicant, we used to require, please just submit it separately. You still download the financial plan workbook from the narrative document, but you would submit it as a separate file. And in the event that your submission is as an experienced operator, as John mentioned, the various qualifications thereof, then you would have that additional fourth document, which is the portfolio overview workbook. This is an additional Excel file, also downloaded from the narrative document, and it must be completed, saved, and submitted as such. So in total, just to reiterate, for a new operator applicant, there are 3 file submissions, 2 PDFs, one of which is the narrative document, one of which is the attachment submissions document. And then thirdly, the financial plan workbook Excel document. If you are an experienced operator, there are 4 file submissions, the 2 PDFs I just discussed, the financial plan workbook Excel file, and additionally, the portfolio overview workbook Excel file. Now to talk more in detail about how to create the attachment submission document. So you will need to save all of the attachments in order with cover sheets and corresponding pages as a single PDF file. There are basically 2 ways to do this. One is the old-fashioned way, so to speak. Print all of the documents and scan them back in as one PDF. However, if you're handling most of this document creation and submission digitally, then you can create a flat PDF file. And the way that you do that is after you compile it, You need to follow the steps as if you're going to print it, but instead of printing it, you select Save as PDF or Print as PDF as an option from the dropdown in the print window. Use the naming convention that's provided in the instructions and guidance document. It's really helpful if you name the files according to the convention. That way we can check very quickly to make sure that all of the documents that are required for the submission package are there, named correctly, and submitted on time. Another step to the attachment submissions document is you have to enter additional page numbers there. So these can be entered in the bottom right corner, okay? Each page number will have the prefix A for attachment. And then after you number the pages in the attachment submissions document, you then need to put those corresponding page numbers in the table of contents in the narrative document where the letter A prefix is already entered. Finally, you submit the attachment files, at least the attachment submissions document and the financial plan workbook for new operators, or with the addition of the portfolio overview workbook for experienced operators, to the share file link linked in the instructions and guidance document. All right, now we're going to talk about the scoring and review process in more detail. So scoring and review begins only after your application has been received and reviewed for completion. Please know that TEA staff do not score the applications. That is done by highly qualified external reviewers. Each application that is deemed complete is scored by 5 external reviewers. Those 5 separate scores are then averaged together, dropping the highest and the lowest reviewer scores. Whichever is higher between this adjusted score and the average score is then taken. We're looking for averages that are 85% or higher. In the event that an application has an average score that falls somewhere between 80% and 84%, then that application is automatically sent to a 6th reviewer for an additional score. And here again is an illustration of our overall review process that Marian briefly walked us through at the beginning. The applications are first reviewed internally only for completion, or if any documents are needed in order for the application to be deemed complete. Then the external review, as I just discussed. And then next, the high scoring applications will be internally analyzed by TEA staff in preparation for the capacity interviews. Then the interviews take place, after which the Commissioner of Education will recommend certain charters for award. After this, the State Board of Education will convene in their June meeting and vote with the option to veto any of the recommended charter awards. Once a contract is awarded after that contingency period, the schools would open, in this case, in the fall of 2024. All right, as Marian and John both mentioned, we are excited to again offer our new optional supports for applicants. These include the support seminars, which are a series of hour-long webinars focusing on specific topics that we've heard feedback about, either from previous applicants, external reviewers, internal staff, whomever noticed that these were areas where applicants might need a little bit more clarity and guidance. So we're providing these opportunities for deeper engagement in those specific subjects. Many of the sessions will feature TEA staff who are experts in that area, discussing important reminders, providing you with resources, or walking you through resources. A lot of the resources are already included in the resource pages embedded within the application, but it's sometimes helpful to have those agency experts talking through those for you. Each of these is a Zoom webinar that does require advanced registration. And the link to register is available via each button describing the date and the topic. These are all linked from that applicant's webpage that John took us through earlier today. Please note that all of the seminars will take place on Wednesdays from 3:30 to 4:30 p.m. We hope that you can attend. Our survey data from last year's participants indicated that 100% of attendees found these supports helpful. Additionally, in the event you can't make it, recordings of the seminars will be uploaded to that additional supports webpage where all of the registration buttons are after the sessions have been completed and the videos have been uploaded. So in the event that you can't attend, you can go back and click on that button and review the YouTube video. We'll also address all of the questions that are asked in those seminars in an update of our FAQ document. So at a minimum, we really encourage you to attend the very final support seminar, which takes place in early November, just days before the application is due. The reason being is that the New Schools team will spend a lot of time rehashing and reviewing the steps for assembly and submission that I just discussed, because we know that November is a long time from now. So we'll provide that resource for you and answer questions and provide best practices for assembly and submission then. However, in addition to our support seminars, we also have office hours. These will begin also on Wednesday afternoons from 3:30 to 4:30, but on September 14th. The reason being, we've restructured our supports this year so that you have all of the support seminars first, and then you have successive weeks of office hours in which to perhaps troubleshoot the resources provided in the support seminars, and then come back and ask us questions and receive technical support if you're having issues or further questions about the resources that you're exploring. They also take place on Zoom, though through a regular meeting format. We just ask that you display your name or email rather than a phone number so that we can tell who is attending the session. We'll answer questions to the best of our ability, but please, please, please note that at that time we can't offer any competitive advice. Last year, these meetings actually became a really great collaborative space for our applicants to network, ask questions of each other, and just sort of create a community around this very rigorous process. All right, now we're going to pause for some key takeaways from our application overview. Remember that the Generation 28 application is accessed through the applicant's webpage that John showed us earlier. You can navigate to the applicant's page from the Charter Schools homepage. Remember also that this application is entirely digital. There is no paper submission required. This application is an adaptable PDF that should be downloaded and saved to your computer and opened from your desktop or the place you saved it, not in the web browser. All of the requested information and narratives and attachments are linked from that document. The attachment submission document will be a separate PDF that you compile and save, and then the financial plan workbook is an additional file. But all three of these together, the narrative, the attachments, and the financial plan workbook, or with the additional fourth portfolio overview workbook, if you're an experienced operator, comprise your full application submission package. Remember that the application is due November 4th by 5 p.m. And we strongly urge that you budget your time effectively so you get everything fully uploaded, Wi-Fi dependent, before 5 p.m. It's simply a digital upload to that share file link that is linked in the instructions and guidance document. And remember that we are offering additional supports throughout August, September, and October, including those optional support seminars that are specific to certain topics, and then those open office hours where we are happy to answer questions to the best of our ability. We really hope that you avail yourselves of those resources and have the chance to join us. All right, as always, you can reach out to the charter application email bolded here. We ask that you please use this email rather than our individual team emails, just to make sure that your questions are received by the entire team, so we can keep track of all the questions we receive and answer them accordingly. You're welcome to copy John and I on those emails, but we strongly urge that you use the charter application inbox because that's what we check multiple times a day. Thank you so much for participating in this. we're now going to open up for some Q&A to address any questions you have about the application process.
And Natalie, before we actually go into questions, I wanted to hit two things with a little more clarity. So one of which is the long runway we have for authorization. So I just want to be sure that everyone on the webinar is very clear today, okay? It's ultimately a 2-year process. From when we post our application, it's a year to ultimately determine whether or not you're going to get a charter at all, right? So there's the first year. The second year is a mandatory startup year. So that's 2 years. I just want everyone to understand that it's a very long process. That's not to deter you from applying. In the past, we know that applicants are passionate and ready to start this and ready to get going, right? Some applicants, have the resources to get going very quickly. However, as a blanket statement, every applicant is going to incur that 2-year runway to ensure that the agency is comfortable and letting you open your doors for these students. So that's just number one. And I don't mean to sound harsh, but it's just important that we all understand that. Second one is submission timeline. Again, I don't want to sound harsh. I think Natalie said it very perfectly, but I just want to say a little bit more a little more plain, is that at 5 o'clock, if we don't have that application material, we cannot make your application complete. I need you to understand that there are certain aspects of the application that we can let you all cure, but late submission is not one of them. Okay, so I need you to be very, very, very clear on that. So I can say that I said it. But again, 99.9% of our applicants get everything in on time. We always are sad for the 1% or 0.1% because, I'm sure it's a good proposal, but for whatever reason, just all the materials just weren't submitted on time. So I wanted to really drive those 2 points home so we can walk away all today kind of knowing like a baseline level of expectations for this process. All right, let's do Q&A. All right, so the first question is someone asking if you're a board member, kind of like when do you step down if you plan on becoming a paid employee with the school? The answer is it's really up to the applicant. However, if there are plans, if you know of those plans, you will indicate those plans in the board member biographical affidavit, of which it will ask, do you plan on stepping down or taking a paid position with the school? If that person plans on being the superintendent, that potential superintendent resume would be what's included in that attachment. So if you plan on stepping down to be the superintendent, you can be on the board up until whenever, but you still need to indicate your plan to step down before you or by the time you submit your application. The second one is, so when you as a sponsoring entity, when is the board seated, right? Is it before or after a charter is awarded? That's a great question. You are a real entity. You cannot apply without being a real entity. So that means all the board members are already seated, right? It just means you do not function as a charter school, but you are legally a fully formed organization within the state of Texas. So the moment that those board members, sign on and you file your paperwork, you are a legitimate nonprofit organization. Okay. Someone asked, okay, so someone's asking, is a charter application available on the website? Yes, it is. So it is currently on the website. As I walked you all through it, it's there. If you are having trouble finding it for whatever reason, again, we can certainly just email us at the charter application inbox email that you see in front of you, and we will certainly either email you or schedule a time to speak with you on how to access those things. Okay. Someone's asking, in the application process, when do you actually specify that you want to have multiple campuses? Great question. So multiple places in the application, it ultimately alludes to how many campuses are you proposing. I believe the applicant profile page asks very clearly, like, how many campuses are you planning on opening? I believe there's a narrative question about it as well. So within the narrative document itself, there are multiple points where you will need to address and highlight how many campuses you will be opening. Let's see. Okay, someone's asking, does it work against you if a board member is going to be the future superintendent, but does all the tasks of a super as a board member while applying? If I'm understanding this person's question correctly, the answer, the overall question is this: does it look bad if someone's going to do all the work as a super while during the first year? And again, if I'm not answering your question right, please I guess maybe ask it a different way. But I just want to reiterate again, the superintendent has to formally step down from the board. So in year one, the superintendent is not on the board, and the board is by year one, the school has found a superintendent that's not on the board. So if I didn't answer your question, I guess maybe try and rephrase it for me.
I suppose also I should clarify that like this is the kind of question we can't exactly weigh in on as well, because it's more or less asking about an evaluation, right, of the submission. And so I just want to clarify, like, we understand the concern and that it can be a tricky situation to navigate having a board member who then steps down, but it is pretty common. So there's nothing, you're only evaluated on the rubric criteria, evaluation criteria that are included in the resource pages of the application document. There's not necessarily there's not a criteria that applies to this. So I hope that addresses the question.
Yeah, and I just want to add something right here at this point in time too. I would say, please review the criteria related to governance and related to board structure. And so you want to set yourself up for your application to be able to meet that criteria. And so I think the most robust way to do that is to have a strong board who has a variety of expertise and then is going to meet the criteria that's listed in the evaluation. I will say that the capacity interview is our way to essentially measure your capacity. So, and so we have everyone from the applicant team participates in that, from the proposed superintendent, if you have one, to the board of the charter school. And so you want to make sure that you have a robust applicant team, including a full board, to be able to represent and present strongly your case for why you should have a charter school, what the model and mission is, and then how that board will govern the charter school as well too.
Okay, we have a question about when we hear about the reviewers' results. So you definitely hear about the reviewers' results in advance of that June SBOE meeting. So just to sort of reiterate the steps there, our external review concludes basically in late spring, and anyone who has made the cut score and will be advancing to the capacity interview stage, which is in May, will be notified before then. And so then after the capacity interviews is when the commissioner makes his recommendations for the schools that will be considered by the State Board of Education with the option to veto. And that's that June meeting. So definitely applicants will be notified far in advance of their status before that June meeting.
And I would also just say this information is in the timeline that's on the website. And so make sure that you're revisiting that timeline. Make sure you're revisiting the resources that we have on the webpage for the application. A number of the resources have the answers to these types of questions too. And so you'll see the exact dates in which we'll share that information of those notifications of completeness, of the notifications around capacity interview, as well as full engagement with our team when we reach out to schedule those capacity interviews as well too.
Absolutely. The next question is, thank you for asking this, because I do think that it bears some clarification. So once the application is submitted, then it's reviewed for completion, as I mentioned in my slides. However, we do reach out to the applicant again, and there's something called a remedy period where we invite you, give you a limited, very compressed amount of time to resubmit materials that need clarification or that are missing from the application in order for it to be deemed complete. So you do hear from our team relatively soon after that initial submission. And then from there, you'll be notified if you are going forward to external review. Again, as Marion said, these steps are in that timeline that's included. It's on the website separately and also in the instructions and guidance document.
See, someone asked, is there a time, like a time frame for notifying TEA if a board member steps down? So the application process itself doesn't require you all to notify us of that necessarily. So that isn't, there's no time date listed in the application for that. However, if a board member does step down, you all can contact us with a very just brief explanation. Again, that does not trigger the addition of your proposal. That just notifies us that a current board member has stepped down, and that might, again, assist us if you proceed to capacity interview. That might help us having the most updated information. But in terms of scoring your application, there is no time where you would notify us that a board member stepped down, and you will not get an email from us regarding that as well during that time. Okay, we have a question just in terms of, and this goes back to kind of the scope and limit that we can really respond to questions, but one of which is for board training and for any direction that the board takes, that's really up to the discretion of the board and the research that the board does in terms of what resources and opportunities are going to be best for them and which opportunities are going to most facilitate, again, the mission and vision for the board. So really we're not in a position to necessarily state yay or nay on any specific provider, but again, that's just really up to the purview of the applicant. But it's, again, these questions are good. Are there any more questions? We have a few more minutes. Give you all a 30-second last call before we bring Joe on. Righty then. Okay. Well, if that's case, what I'm going to do now is bring Joe Herrera on. Joe, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, cool. So Joe, while I pull up your stuff, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Thank you, charter school friends here at TEA, John, Natalie, Marion, for having me. Hello, everybody out there who's attending. I always sort of feel like I should come on with like Price is Right music or maybe even the Jeopardy final category music, something on. Because we're here to talk about finances and money and all things that are going to help us to understand and help you paint a story about who y'all are and what it is you're hoping to provide and create with a charter should you be awarded one. So this is going to be a presentation on what is called the Financial Workbook. It is one of the pieces of your application. We'll dive into the Financial Workbook and you'll see exactly what it looks like. And we'll talk to you about some tips and tricks on filling that out. It is a very large Excel workbook. So anyone who has that sort of experience with Excel, now we're not asking you to do any sort of formulas. You'll see that everything's already formulated and created for you. You're just plugging in some information. But the more people who can get their eyes on the workbook who need to have access to it to help present it and support it and even maybe give some input on it, the better if you're able to do that. This is the Generation 28 workbook. Again, first I'm going to talk to you with some slide information and then we're going to dive into the workbook and talk about what it looks like. I'm on my side, John. I'm just moving everyone's little faces over here to another screen. Perfect. There we go. Okay. So financial planning. Your application is long, and everything that you write in your application and put into your application should be reflected in this workbook. What does that mean? That means in the workbook, you're going to see, and we'll show you where you're going to have places where you're going to write narrative information, where we're going to say, you know, of these funds that I'm allocating for professional development, this amount of money is coming from grant funds. This amount of money is we've secured a loan for, that sort of thing. So you'll be able to give us that narrative type information in the actual workbook. And we'll also be looking at the financial workbook to make sure that it reflects the detailed narrative you've already given to us. If you say to us in your application process along the way that you plan on taking 9 field trips, great, wonderful. Your financial workbook should reflect 9 field trips and have budgeted for that. If that's all going to be in kind, then we need to know that it's in kind. Otherwise, what reviewers have read is, oh, 9 field trips throughout the year, no money budgeted for field trips. How, you know, we're gonna notice some discrepancies. So this is your opportunity to put all of this information together throughout the application and have it reflected in your workbook as well. So this presentation, I believe, is available to you both before, maybe even after this presentation. So here is some good guidelines on what the financial plan will include and what's in there, like online costs associated with the startup, describing how your board will monitor and implement the startup plan. This continues on to the next page with just more guidance on the sort of information that we're going to look for and that you'll want to include with your application, so that you have, so you know that you've created a clear picture for the reviewers from the financial compliance team who are going to be reviewing both your application and your financial plan. So these are some pretty good sort of instructions and outlines for what it is we'll be looking for. Yes, please provide lists of insurance coverage that the school will secure, such as compensation, property. All of that's going to be in the narrative, and we're going to, again, want to see it reflected on the financial workbook with numbers and what you expect costs and to be, maybe even, and also what you expect revenues to be. If we go to the next slide, a little bit more information that we're going to use to hop on into the actual workbook. So John, I'm going to continue on my end with this presentation. If you'll hop on into the actual Excel workbook for us. Perfect. So you're going to see lots of tabs there at the bottom, some blue tabs, green tabs, some shaded tabs. This first tab, general instructions, and it goes down a little bit. There's a lot of information here, but you're going to want to read these instructions carefully as you start to plan and work through the workbook. First tip and trick is that if you are working with large monitors or have 2 monitors, have this workbook opened up twice. One, so that you're looking at these instructions on one monitor at all times, and then another monitor that you're actually working on. That will prevent you from having to flip back and forth through the different tabs at the bottom, and you'll at least have the instructions out there, or print these instructions out so that you have them available for you as you start working through the workbook. But these instructions are pretty detailed with what the cells do, how things are linked, and again, we'll show you through this presentation how everything is already automatically calculated based on the information that you give us. So let's start on the school info tab, first tab that you're going to see. This is in fact basic information that you're going to fill out. Who's applying, contact information, any of the white cells that you see are cells that you're able to type in on. And again, this is reflected in the instructions. And you'll also see exactly in the cell that John's on, there are going to be cells that have drop-down options for you. And that'll be pretty apparent as you're working through the workbook when you see a drop-down that you're going to fill. If you try to put something in that box that's not on the drop-down, you'll get a warning that says, that information isn't valid for this cell. Also, throughout the workbook, you're going to see little red triangles. If you hover over those triangles, what that triangle is going to do is explain why that information is needed, or what type of information should go into that cell. It's going to give you some helpful information about the type of information that we're looking for in that cell. In this example, you are where you're reporting the number of minutes that you're going to offer. What we're doing is showing you the state statute that says all schools are required to provide at least 75,600 minutes. So we expect to see at least 500,600 minutes in that cell. Typically, we're going to see more than that because you're going to want to pad your year with extra minutes should the unforeseen happen, like a bad weather day or having to close for safety due to a burst pipe, something like that. So that's what the red triangles do throughout the workbook. They give you helpful information about the types of information that are in there, or that we're going to want to see in that cell. But basically, this is the school staff info tab. You're giving us basic information about your charter school and your organization. If we go to the next tab, the enrollment tab, John, I'll have you just scroll down and up again so we can see how extensive it is. We're just going to give you a quick look at how extensive it is. And then, John, if you'll do me a favor and remove the numbers in year 4 and 5, that way we'll be able to see that demonstration later. Perfect. Thank you, sir. This enrollment tab is going to be where you're going to tell us what you expect your projected enrollment to be for these first 5 years of your charter, by grade, by year, and you're going to want to fill in what you estimate your enrollment to be for those first few years and what you hope your enrollment to be. You'll see that as we go through the workbook, again, all white cells you can type in, all blue cells are formulated to add and subtract depending on the numbers that you give. So as John goes in and adds numbers, you'll see that the blue cells change to reflect the numbers that he's adding into those white cells. And the workbook will do that for you and change all the sort of percentages. If we scroll down just a little bit, you're going to see what we call the average daily attendance, ADA. The most important cells in this workbook, so this is the only thing you hear through my presentation, it's this piece. The most important cells in this workbook are these percentage cells. You're going to need to tell us what you hope your percentage of enrollment is going to be in those first few years. Be very conservative with that number. Sometimes we see, folks who are very ambitious and say, we're going to have a 100% enrollment, 97% enrollment. That's very ambitious, and that percentage, as you'll see when we get to the blue, tabs, is going to reflect what your state funding allotment will be based on this percentage. So please be very careful about the percentage you put in there, and try not to be so ambitious that you expect to receive millions with a 97% attendance rate throughout the year, and maybe that doesn't happen for you. You're budgeting with anticipating a 90% attendance rate throughout the year based on the numbers of this workbook, and then maybe you're going to fall short because of that. So be conservative with your estimate. But again, without these percentages in these cells, the rest of the workbook will not work for you. So these cells are very important. As we scroll down through this enrollment workbook, you're also just going to estimate, and again, those red triangles give you types of information that we're looking for, but you're going to estimate the types of special populations that you think you might be able to serve in your charter school. And again, they are just estimates, but these estimates are important because they're going to show you later in the workbook things like weighted funding that you might be able to get for some of these special populations, and other sorts of budgetary items like that. If we continue on scrolling through, we've done the same with charter schools that might want to provide career and technology. And then if we scroll even further down, even more special populations that you think you might are going to serve with bilingual dyslexia, maybe even pregnancy related services, again, because all of that comes with weighted funding that is above and beyond the average daily rate for a student who's not part of a special population. And then there at the bottom, we have some transportation information. You know, how many students do you expect to possibly provide transportation for in your charter school? Again, as we go through the workbook and we talk about, excuse me, different types of expenditures, if you put in this enrollment page that you intend to transport 10 kiddos, but we see no budget for contracted transportation or no budget for having purchased your own van, for example, for transportation, we're gonna, as we review the application, we're gonna question that. And if you get to the point where you're being interviewed about your application, if you get to that point, that may be one of those interview questions we ask. Hey, well, we're going through your application, we noticed that you tend to transport 10 students. Yeah, when we looked through your financial workbook, we didn't see where you budgeted for either transportation that you're gonna own on your own outright or that you're contract for. You know, could you help us understand the discrepancy in those numbers and in that narrative, that kind of thing. So you're going to want to be really thoughtful about the numbers that you put in this enrollment tab. And again, this enrollment tab with those 88 percentages is what's going to populate the most of the rest of your financial workbook. Any questions so far just about the workbook in general or enrollment numbers? And again, these are estimates that you're going to provide. A question I do get often is, hey, is there a sample workbook that you can send me? No, because every charter school is different and every charter school is going to have their own specific financial needs. So rather than give you an example to follow, you're going to need to create this information based on your charter school and what you hope to provide and create for your charter.
So Joe, we just had one question and I can
Okay.
actually take it.
Sure.
This particular prospective applicant wants to know regarding ADA, what is a conservative percentage based on past years of applicants? That's a great question. Each year we define what within the realm of the application, what conservative should include. And so this year, like most other years, we say the applicants should budget conservatively at 85%. As Joe put here, 90%. You can project higher, but we are defining conservative as 85%.
And John, if you'll hover over that red triangle, 85%. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question though.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's the only one we have right now, Joe.
Okay, perfect. Let's move on to our personnel tab. This is a fun tab, I think. This is where you're going to be able to talk to us about your staffing needs. You're going to, on the first column, be able to just type in a descriptor for who that staff member is. And then in the second column, column D, we have categories, preset categories that you're going to need to choose from. What type of personnel is this? They don't have to mirror and reflect, but if you say teacher, what type of teacher? Special ed teacher, regular ed teacher, that kind of thing. So we have certain categories that we look at when you start to describe the positions. John, if you'll scroll down again, just to give them an idea of what this looks like. Lots and lots and lots of cells and information for the staff that you might think you're going to need. And of course, at the bottom, we're going to total some things for you, but you've got lots of space in there to provide us with information on what you estimate your staffing needs to be. Now, if we scroll back up, let's talk about some pitfalls or at least some things to think about and consider as you're working through your workbook. So you'll see in my example that I filled out here, I have an executive director, executive management, who in my startup year is full-time, and in my year one is full-time. So you need to take that into consideration. Whereas my CFO, maybe in my startup year, I only need a part-time CFO, and in my first year, I need that person full-time. That's where you're going to be able to tell us, the percentage of FTEs that you're going to need by year. And that's important because when we scroll over, you're going to see how this sort of thing budgets. When we scroll over, you'll notice again in my first year, 90% was what I gave my executive director. I budgeted 80% of a salary for my CFO, but in my startup year, he's only half-time. So that's why it reflects a $40,000 salary there in my startup year, because I made him a part-time FTE. My curriculum director, same thing, part-time. What's important to know as you go through this workbook is this note column. What we want to know is how you intend to fund these different staff members. If any CSP grant funds are going to be used to pay or to compensate staff, we need to know that in your narrative. If some of this is in-kind donation, we need to know that in your narrative. And that's where you're going to give us an opportunity in this note section to let us know by each staff, how they are funded and what you anticipate funds to come from. If you anticipate those funds to come from the state allotment, great, let us know that. But that's where you're going to be able to tell us what funds will be used for staffing salary needs. A little more over to the right, you're going to see where you can play with percentages for raises. Last week, we're feeling very generous. That first year we gave everyone a 10% raise. But you'll see that as John plays with those percentages, the numbers are going to change to reflect the type of percentage raise that you're going to see. And again, everything's pre-populated. You get to type in all the white cells. All of the blue cells are pre-formulated so that they populate for you. And then you can play around with the sort of numbers that you're looking for. Another tip for you, if we scroll over to the FTE columns again, John, if you see numbers that are pre-populated with decimals, as you enter in those numbers, type in that decimal, 1.0. You can do 5 and tab over, and it will decimal populate for you. But just as a rule of thumb, if you see decimals in a white cell, then go ahead and type in that decimal. If you get sort of a hashtag error as you're going through, then you're going to want to make sure you didn't mistype as you're going through the workbook. And we'll talk more about what errors look like and where you might come up with errors, and even how to address those errors as you're working through the workbook. So this is the Personnel tab. You're going to want to just, again, give us the idea of what you think your salaries and your positions will look for your organization and for your needs in your charter. So let's go on to the next tab. This next tab is also very important and fun. So total state revenues. Do you see that $1.7 million? That 1.7 and then some $1 million directly reflects the enrollment that you entered in the Enrollment tab with the percentage of ADA that you thought that you're going to get. That's where that 1.7 comes from. That 1.7 million is what you would expect to get from the state as state revenue based on the enrollment numbers that you provided for us and based on the ADA percentage you provided for us. Also in this area, you're going to let us know if you intend to apply for a CSP grant, what the total number is that you anticipate applying for. Most you can apply for is 900, so I went ahead and plugged in 900. And then you're also going to give us any other revenues that you anticipate maybe receiving for your charter school in these first few years. Again, you're going to see some totals there at the, for you as well. Always on the note side, again, letting us know that if anything is coming, being used with CSP funds, or how something will be, what kind of in-kind donation you're getting from what organizations to make up additional revenues, All of that's going to be in your narrative there in the notes section as you go through. As we scroll down through this tab of the workbook, you're also going to talk to us about any other expenditures and costs that you're going to think you're going to need. Now, some of these, again, were already pre-populated by the Personnel tab. If you remember, we populated a CFO and some directors and a management. All that is reflected here on these cells that carried over from the Personnel tab. Those teachers that I put in earlier, that salary and expenditures populated based on the Personnel tab as well. As we scroll down, there are other expenditures that you're going to need to talk to us about. Again, this is continuing with the personnel, but we're going to need to know about payroll, taxes, and insurance, and what those benefits might look like and what those costs might look like for you. And as those go up in percent or down in percent, you'll see to the left that you can reflect that with percentages for each line item for dental insurance, for example, Medicare, that sort of thing. You'll be able to talk to us about any contract services that you might need, accounting, legal services. Maybe in the first year, you definitely need some accounting services to get started, and then that goes up in the actual first year. Sorry, your startup year was $5,000, and then it goes up, $1,500 your first year. But these will be where you're going to give us some services that you might contract for out for in your startup years for your charter school. Then at the bottom, there's just basic operational needs that we sometimes forget about. How much do you need to pay for telephone line infrastructure, internet infrastructure, classroom materials, any sort of advertising funds out there, any sort of operational needs that you need to think of. And what's good about this workbook is some of the things that are listed you forget about. So we try to include as much information there to help you plan accordingly and for what it is that you're looking at. Then there at the bottom, facility information that you might have. You're paying rent and lease, maybe a mortgage on some property. And then at the bottom, what you're left with are numbers that tell you what your total budget sort of looks like as you work with these numbers, income and expenditures. Again, everywhere you see a white cell, you can type in that information. All blue cells are populated based on information with formulas for you. None of the formulas you have to come up with, we've done that work for you. Okay, so you've filled out all of the green tabs, and now it's like, what's my bottom line? What do I look like? Let's start with your budget tab. Based on the information you've given us and that we've filled in, here's what your budget looks like overall. And then John, if you want to just scroll down to give everyone a big picture of what it is they're seeing, what we've done is created a budget based on that information over the 5 years that you plugged in numbers for revenues and expenditures for your charter school. As you're going through the workbook, and the best example of this is in year 4 and 5, you might see some code there, like, what did I do? Where did I mess up? Why is this not working correctly? Well, if you'll remember, when we first started, I asked John to go ahead and remove the enrollment numbers for year 4 and 5 on the Enrollment tab. So what that is reflecting is there's no numbers there for that tab to be able to calculate anything for you. So if you run into an issue where you see some code or hashtags in your workbook where you expect to see some numbers, and see, now that we've added some numbers, there are numbers there. If you run into that sort of situation, what you're going to want to do is contact the agency and say, hey, I've run into a situation where I can't figure out why these numbers aren't populating correctly. What we'll do is let you know what those cells feed from, what's feeding that information, to let you know, look on tab personnel, column cell this, and there a number needs to go there. We're probably not going to tell you what number needs to go there, and we're certainly not going to tell you what numbers should go somewhere. Again, we will identify what's feeding that cell and where you might have some information that's missing, but we're never going to just say, oh, you need to put a 4 there, or you should plan for 7 kind of thing. This is your workbook to work through and identify numbers that need to be populated accordingly in the white cells. So that's the one thing you're going to look for. The other thing you're going to want to look for as you're completing this is that there are numbers in all of the cells. What you don't want to do is get to the application interview process, have hashtags coding in cells, and when the financial compliance division is reviewing your budget, they're not able to tell what your intentions were for numbers there. And if you don't have that answer on the spot, you find yourself in an odd situation, especially if the person who's interviewing, really didn't work on the workbook. So this is a very much collaborative effort so that everybody understands, what's in the workbook, should there be questions during the interview process time. Few more tabs to get through real quick that will be simple. They're just informational tabs. Again, this is your overall budget tab that gives you information. Then we're going to move on to the so this is your summary of finance description. Again, all these codes and percentages are here reflecting and based on current formulas that TEA uses for funding. So it will show you what those numbers look like and what those percentages are. And then there is what's called the final notes or expenditure. This is an example of what revenue would look like to a charter school from TEA. So there's that 1.7 million again we saw. That 1.7 million based on enrollment that numbers we plugged in based on a 90% enrollment rate. What does your payment from TEA look like on a 12-month basis? Here's an example of how that might be paid out for you. That is the financial workbook sort of wrapped up here in about 30 minutes. So a lot of quick overview that was sort of handed out to you and spoken about. We did sort of move quickly through the different tabs and the different cells, but we do have some time for questions if there are any here near the end. That is my contact information. I also work with a great person named Pija, who's not here today, but that is her contact information. If you have any questions about the workbook, please feel free to reach out to us and the charter school folks. Someone will definitely be able to help you and get you the information that you need.
So I want to take this opportunity, Joe, before we have any questions, just to really encourage people to ask questions about the financial plan workbook. I think this might be the piece of the application that applicants are the most hesitant to reach out about. As Joe said, please just, if you have questions, cite the cell number, the tab, so we can kind of pinpoint where the error is coming from, but we can't offer you substantive advice, but we can, again, address any formula errors and look where those errors are being fed from. But please don't hesitate and reach out to us about that. And then also another good opportunity is to come to those office hours. You can discuss issues with applicants. They are certainly able to give feedback to you that we can't give, but that's also a good opportunity to come with questions if you have any about the financial plan workbook. Looks like we might, let's see. Someone asked, in doing the budget per pupil, is there a guide of payment per students? And I'm not sure how to make sense of that question. Joe, do you?
Yeah, if you go to the, maybe it's a summary of finance tab.
Sure.
I believe it might be the budget tab. We'll look at those. No, then I apologize. It's the budget tab. one of these tabs. You'll see a revenue per student right there on that. An expenditure per student. Is that your question?
See, so if that was not your question, maybe rephrase it in a different way, and we can certainly get to that. Joe, one thing we forgot to mention, can you talk about pre-K funding? So if they're going to offer pre-K, like how they enter those students into the workbook?
Oh, right. So pre-K funding is, we offer full day pre-K, but is only funded for half pre-K. So, and actually, John, you put up a really good point. We should have a red triangle in this cell for folks. So I'm gonna make a note for that for our next generation workbook. But you're gonna, so because you're only funded for half of pre-K, if you intend to serve 20 kids, you're gonna enter in 10 because the workbook is formulated for whole numbers. The only way for us to know that and that'll be in your narrative. Your narrative will say, we intend to enroll 20. We're going to see 10 here because again, we only fund state only funds for half of ADA for preschool.
So Joe, just to be clear, if I'm going to have 20 pre-K kids, I'm going to enter 10 in this cell.
You're going to enter 10 in this cell, and then in your narrative, you're going to let us know what your full enrollment's going to be. Now we're going to see 10, and we don't want to assume 20, so we like to see that narrative, just so in case someone is thinking only 10, they want to serve only 10 kids. We don't want to assume that they should, so that'll be in the narrative piece.
Perfect. Let's see. We had a question from someone. Is there a sample of what startup charters typically pay employees for various positions? Just as an example. So in answer to that question, no, the agency does not provide, I guess, sample documents, as Joe said. However, as Marion said, you are more than welcome to go onto our charter school webpage and find all of the applications that have been submitted throughout the years. I would highly encourage you to look at the last couple years of successful applicants and see maybe, use that as an example or a starting place. But again, the agency itself can't provide any like formal sample documents for you to review in that matter. Okay, let's see. Someone asked, can you clarify how special education funding considered for, that's the IDA B in the first year? Okay, so we have actually a presentation on special education later this afternoon. So what I would do is for the person asking this question, stick around for that presentation. And if you don't get your question answered, then we can circle back around to that. Are there any more questions? These are great questions though. I think y'all are ready for lunch. I'm going to do a 30-second last call for you all, and then we'll get you out for lunch. All righty, everybody. Again, I think y'all are ready for lunch. So here's Joe's information. And as a reminder, we will be posting all of these presentations on our website by the middle of next week. So if you did not write this down, do not worry. We will provide this to you all. Let's see, what time is it? It is 11:03. So you get a slightly longer lunch today. We'll see everybody back here promptly at 11:40. And then we will pick up with the charter school CSP grant. All right, so everybody, we will see you at 11:40. All right, have a good lunch. Bye-bye.
Costs are tied to that or not. So those are our only questions that we have right now. there's a question around, does the application zone have anything to do with a hub zone or any other federal or state zones? So the qualified opportunity zones are federal zones, and we've listed information in the application for you to kind of click in and see where those are. And if you're proposing to locate in those areas, you'll want to take a look at that in the application.
So Marion, one question that we get from time to time is with regards to the qualified opportunity zones. Do all the campuses have to be in the QOZ? Just one of them? Kind of like is there a kind of rule of thumb for that? Oh. Sorry, can you hear me now? Nope. Oh.
So if there are any other questions, be sure to send them in.
Can you all hear me now? All right, Aaron, can you hear me now? Okay, great. What the question I was going to ask, from time to time, applicants ask whether or not all the campuses have to be in a QOZ, just the first campus. Is there like a rule of thumb for who or what needs to be within the QOZ for the priority points?
So in order to receive the priority point, and for us to be able to award it to you, those campuses need to be in the qualified opportunity zone. So I'd be thoughtful when you're proposing those locations. And then also you need to make sure that when you follow through with that, we know that some folks propose that and then don't end up, aren't able to follow through. So I would say share the detailed information that you have now and be really thoughtful when you're looking at those zones. But in order to receive the priority point, we're not able to kind of award those partially in that way. So
I think this is a good time to plug our, I'm going to do it all day today, our optional office hours, because it's a good opportunity, especially when you're trying to figure out if this is allowable, if this is not allowable. It's a very good time to jump in on the conversation and bring those questions to us. And then also you're more than welcome to try and bring those questions to us in the charter application inbox as well before those office hours. And again, to the extent that we can answer them, we will certainly answer those.
And as well, we are offering an optional support seminar about the financial plan workbook and best budgeting practices and CSP as well. So we will provide more opportunities for a refresher and answering more questions as they arise as you're filling out the application.
I mean, I think we're really excited about the embedded application. This is something that we started last year. And kind of you don't have to reapply to the agency for those funds anymore. And so anyone who makes it through the process and is recommended by the commissioner and then is receives, is not vetoed by the State Board of Education will receive the $900,000. So you want to make sure that you account for it in your budget. And then you want to make sure that, like as we've been saying all along, that narrative aligns with the budget through your application as well. And that if you are allocating those $900,000, that they are used for allowable expenses. And so one great thing to do while you're going through your budget is print out the pages of these slides and rewatch the video, making sure that you've got those allowable costs in for those CSP funds.
I'm going to do a 30-second last call for CSP questions before we get you out on a break. All right, y'all. So if your CSP questions were not asked, oh, we have one. Someone said through the process of submitting the application, your team will be available for questions. As a quick overview of that, and I think we've kind of touched on this before, and we can touch on it throughout today. Once you submit your application, we can't really entertain questions. Through the application preparation process, we can entertain questions that are regard to the form, the application itself, any logistics, things like that. We can't offer any competitive advice or any, I guess, input as to the content of your application. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and so I think a good rule of thumb of us is for this is it's better to ask your question and that you might have, and we will tell you if we can answer it or not. And so we would rather you ask and us be able to respond that way than sit on a question you not feel like you have a clear answer to it. And again, those office hours, that's the time to ask those questions. So make sure that you're noting those down on your calendar as you prep and plan to submit your application.
All right, so we are a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good. That means you all might be able to get out here early today, and we might give you a little bit longer breaks. So that said, let's see you all back at 12:15, where we'll pick up and talk about special education and special populations. All right, see you at 12:15. All right, everybody, it's 12:15. We're going to go ahead and get started. Denise, are you? There we go. All right, well, I will, without further ado, let special education requirements go ahead and go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Dr. Denise Magallanes, and I am the Division Director that oversees special education complaints, dispute resolution, and intensive monitoring, which includes overseeing the charter monitoring team for special education. So I'll provide the details in this deck of the exact team of who you will work with, but that consists of Scarlett Pappas, she's the manager, Morgan Phillip Hubbard, she's one of the specialists that will be working with you, and Janelle Weber. But I'm happy to provide this presentation to you also. We will go ahead and get started. So in the Office of Special Populations for our division, we do have a True North statement. So our True North statement is that we're committed to high expectations and strong systems that achieve equitable outcomes for every student with a disability and in special populations. So today we're going to cover some general charter school data, the process for charter special education charter monitoring, and special education FAQs that we tend to receive. So just as a reminder, when we're discussing students across the state of Texas, that there are over 5 million students in the state of Texas. And so we always want to be mindful in considering our decisions of who we serve and what are we doing in our purpose for achieving this vision that we have. So in regards to those over 5 million students, there actually is a significant amount of students that represent special populations. For students receiving special education services, you're going to see 11%, approximately 11% of students that currently receive special education services in the state. We have 20% emergent bilinguals, 8% gifted and talented, and then 7% in 504. Now, this is based on 2020-2021 data. So we just want to be mindful as you all are beginning to think through your processes and students that you will be serving, that you maintain and remember that there are several students in special populations that will more than likely be sitting in desks in your school. So in special education, there are 13 eligibility categories. This is a representation of the data that we have based on 2020-2021. You'll see the list of the 13 categories there. The highest one you're going to see are students that are identified with a specific learning disability. They represent over 30% of our special education student population, followed by students that have a speech or language impairment, OHI, autism, intellectual disability, emotional disturbance, NCEC, auditory impairment, blind and visual impairment, orthopedic impairment, traumatic brain injury, and then students that are identified as both deaf and blind. Again, this data relies on a snapshot, but our department supports more than 179 charter districts, and the impact of operations on the campuses, students, and teachers that you all support. So we're going to jump into charter monitoring. So the first part we wanted to cover is to provide an overview of the differentiated monitoring and support system. If you have sat in any of the Department of Review and Support's presentations, you will find this graphic familiar. If you have not, and this is the first time you're seeing it, that's okay, because I'm going to cover it with you. So in the DMS system, that's what the differentiated monitoring and support system is, acronym. We have two monitoring pathways. The first pathway being targeted support review, which is a targeted monitoring pathway. And this is driven by your results-driven accountability outcomes. So each year in October, your LEA will receive or be identified with a determination level through the results-driven accountability. So based on your determination level, that's the type of activities that you will engage with the Department of Review and Support. The other pathway is cyclical monitoring, and we're going to jump into that in a little bit, but covering targeted support first. One of the most important things that you have to consider and be aware of is whether or not you are identified as a determination level 1, 2, 3, or 4. Everyone does have to complete a special education self-assessment annually. You are advised of the timeline, and given that information, there are trainings provided at your local ESCs, as well as content and trainings provided on the TA website. So that's very important to know. In addition, for LEAs that are identified as a determination level 2, 3, or 4, you are also will be engaging in the strategic support plan. So that's identifying areas and prioritizing areas in special education for your LEAs to be able to focus on and provide continuous improvement. If you are identified with a DL 3 and 4, you also will receive a targeted desk review. So this is focused and driven by your data from the results-driven accountability. And in addition, if you are identified with significant disproportionality with an SD3, then you also engage in intensive supports. The white boxes in the blue side really are just optional activities that you can engage in, and it's a possibility that we could request that your LEA participate in this process. For the cyclical review, this one is a proactive approach. So while targeted support is driven by results-driven accountability, your cyclical review is a proactive measurement that we have embedded across the state of Texas. We are currently in cycle 4. So it's a 6-year cycle. We are halfway through our cycle, so that will begin once we complete cycle 6, then it starts all over again. And this is where LEAs are scheduled within the 6-year cycle. So it's divided by 3 groups, and then you are notified of your cyclical monitoring. This is not based on any other factor than your schedule. So every LEA in cyclical review will participate in a comprehensive desk review. So this is drawn out across all areas. So unlike targeted, where it's driven by your data, cyclical review, it's a standardized approach to ensure that every LEA is being reviewed across all levels of special education. You also engage in a dyslexia program review. You could receive an on-site, and sometimes this is based and driven by your data, as well as you could engage in intensive supports. So one of the things that we want to be really mindful, no matter what your determination level is, whether or not you are scheduled in the cycle for cyclical review, every LEA is required to complete the self-assessment annually. So for the cyclical monitoring, like I noted, it does occur on a 6-year rotating schedule. So every LEA is scheduled across the state of Texas and are notified. Throughout this process, it does include a review of the special education's policies and procedures. So we want to be mindful that all your policies are in alignment with special education requirements and that we are able to access them, as well as your operating procedures. And so what I like to say is when it comes to policies, your policies is your like statement, how you're going to do this. This is you're legally binded to this. Your practices and your operating procedures are kind of like how you're going to do it. So we want to be mindful as you are considering and starting your planning processes that you do have your special education policies, that they are in fact guided by law, and then that your operating procedures are available for your teams to be able to ensure the effective implementation of special education policies. We do publish the cycles in a 2-year increment. So those are found on our special education review and support website. And so you can access that it's open to anyone that has that information. So you can access that and it's readily available. So as we noted, group 1 is October through December. Group 2 is January through March, and group 3 is April through June. And those are the links for the cycles 1 through 6. So going into the monitoring activities, it kind of alluded to this, but making sure that the monitoring activities range from the LEA self-assessment in the RDA framework and the area of need to an on-site review conducted by the Texas Education Review and Support Team. The purpose of the self-assessment is to assist LEA leadership teams in evaluating and improving educational programs serving students in special populations. The special education self-assessment is completed annually by all LEAs, regardless of the RDA framework determination level, and is intended to engage leadership teams in proactively addressing special education compliance and improving student performance. The strategic support plan, as I described earlier, is intended for you all to prioritize areas for improvement and develop a plan to improve outcomes for students with disabilities, for students who are emerging bilinguals, students who are identified or experiencing homelessness, students that are in being cared by the foster care system, and students who are also identified as military connected. For dyslexia monitoring, the purpose of the dyslexia monitoring process is to ensure LEA compliance with federal and state dyslexia requirements through a review of LEA procedures and artifacts of implementation. Please note that dyslexia monitoring is primarily part of cyclical monitoring. As far as the desk review is concerned, as we noted, the desk review aims to ensure LEA compliance with federal and state special education requirements by reviewing LEA policies and individual student records. And the on-site review aims to thoroughly examine multiple measures related to federal compliance and improving student outcomes. In preparation for the on-site review, the review and support team will conduct desk review activities described and in collaboration with your LEA leadership team. When the LEA is scheduled for an on-site visit, the LEA will receive advance notification so that way they can collaborate and plan along with the Department of Review and Support. For LEAs that require support, more intensive support, there are certain touch points. So if you are identified as a termination level 1, then you don't meet with us, but we do encourage you to engage in continuous improvement activities. For a determination level 2, you will engage with the Department of Review and Support every 90 days. For a determination level 3, you will engage with the Department of Review and Support every 60 days. And for determination level 4, you will engage with the Department of Review and Support every 30 days. And when I refer to the Department of Review and Support, this is the charter school special education monitoring team will be your primary points of contact. All right. So we do expect that all new charter schools to have services ready to implement the day the doors open to welcome new students. So our team, the special education charter monitoring team, will visit in year 1 in coordination with the charter authorizing and administration department to review the operations and make some recommendations based on our observations. The purpose of the year 1 visit is to be proactive. So therefore, we will not be reviewing student folders or require student-specific documentation during that first year visit. But we will then schedule a cyclical review before the 5-year renewals. So that is when the more comprehensive review takes place, and we share those findings with the charter authorizing and administration department. Year 1 focuses on the systemic processes in place to support special education. However, we know these systems will likely change as they are implemented in a new school setting. So therefore, during the year 1 site visit, we join the charter authorizing team to provide feedback on child find procedures, plans for professional development specific to special education, self-monitoring activities to ensure ongoing compliance, and staffing supports for student needs. So these are new requirements for charters in their first year of operation. This process does not include a desk review or, like mentioned, any student-specific information. What the team looks for is statutorily required for operation. However, we also want to know how we can support you all and your LEA and offer recommendations. So first point is child fine. We do expect that the board policies and procedures to be linked in the legal framework. Other items we hope to see when we visit include any documents or resources used to track that information. We also want to know how the new school manages student transfers for students already identified and attending the school. For professional development, what we really want to make sure that you are ready to tell us about the convocation or teacher induction to support new special education staff. We do highly recommend that you provide artifacts for that information, as well as don't hesitate to share out any decks or handouts that you utilize when supporting your teachers. For self-monitoring procedures, every LEA has to have a system for monitoring themselves from the start. Self-monitoring isn't just for child fine. We need to know that the new LEA is tracking timelines for other evaluations, having annual ARDs, and ensuring IEP implementation. Lastly, we want to see evidence of staffing and operations. So what does this mean? We advise every applicant that special education staff must be certified or under the direction of a certified special education teacher. We will look for that evidence and be happy to discuss technical assistance. So a charter must petition for renewal 5 years after the charter is first awarded, and then every 10 years thereafter. The process must consider the charter school's academic and financial performance. Based on the charter school's performance, it will be placed into one of 3 renewal categories, one being expedited renewal, 2 being expiration or closure, and 3 discretionary consideration of renewal or denial of renewal. So the charter portfolio manager engages with our team to provide information about special populations determination ratings, significant disproportionality, any non-compliance history, and complaints during the discretionary review. Specifically, we share a historical profile of data for special education. In addition, we include information from the RDA reports and any of our findings related to monitoring activities or results from cyclical or targeted reviews. So, special education profile elements. This consists of, once again, your RDA determination ratings, your academic achievement performance level, your post-secondary readiness, as well as monitoring data. So an analysis of any significant disproportionate identifications and your status of corrective actions, if it's applicable, and then as well as any current complaint status. So this is what is reviewed during your consideration of renewal for charter schools. So we're going to jump into some FAQs, frequently asked questions that we tend to receive during these presentations. So first question, who is responsible to support special populations? Everyone in your school is responsible to support students identified in special populations. Special education requirements, are they the same for all LEAs? So special education requirements are federal, so they are the same for all LEAs. So admission cannot be denied because a student has an individual education plan, also known as an IEP, or have an identified disability. Child fine requirements are the same and must be reported every year to the agency. All requirements for academic, functional, and related services must be described and implemented in the IEP. LRE stands for Least Restrictive Environment, and we're going to talk a little bit about what LRE is throughout this presentation. And once again, as a reminder, you must have certified special education staff to conduct evaluations, oversee the implementation of accommodations by an instructional assistant, or implement modifications to the curriculum. All right. What is the self-assessment? I hear a lot about the self-assessment. So think of the self-assessment once again as a guidepost. It's proactive. You're going to do this in advance of any activities that you will engage with in regards to monitoring under review and support. So there you're going to analyze and look for strengths and weaknesses of your special education program. The graphic shows each area an LEA should consider in a systemic review of their special education program. The blue represents the 7 prioritized areas. So these are the areas that LEAs have been completing for the last 2 years. However, all compliance items will be required, and you will receive more information throughout the year when you're advised through the Department of Review and Support. These areas align with the DMS domains of implementation, student outcomes, and family engagement to assist LEAs in focusing on systemic improvements, inclusive of compliance and best practices to improve services and supports for students with disabilities. Next question. Do parents have to consent for services prior to the development of the IEP? So please consider who will complete evaluations carefully and ensure that they meet all the requirements. For example, parental consent is one of the first pieces of the evaluation process. That consent must be in the parent's native language, describe the evaluation procedures that you are proposing to conduct, and ensure that the parent agrees to the evaluation in writing, but also understands that it is voluntary and it can be revoked. Please also know that the day the school receives that signed consent triggers a timeline for completing the report. Do special education staff need to be certified? I don't think I have to repeat the response, but we're going to really emphasize this. Charter schools have the same certification, endorsement, and licensing requirements for special education providers as all other public schools. So it is very important as you are beginning to plan for your school that you advertise and recruit teachers that are fully certified in special education under the state of Texas. Can I contract with a third party for special education services? The answer is yes. Many charter schools do contract with a third party provider, normally to complete evaluations and or provide related services. But it is very important to remember that no matter what, your school, all LEAs are accountable for the oversight and provision of services provided by any contracted agreement. So it is important that you all maintain abreast of what is going on. You ensure fidelity of implementation according to the IEP, because should it not align to what is required for special education policy, then it could possibly lead to corrective action plan. What are IEP content considerations? So IEPs are legally binding. And there's a lot of information that must be documented in the IEP. So for example, the Admission Review and Dismissal Committee, also known as the ARD, must make decisions about accommodations and or modifications, the frequency and duration of services, consider extended school year services, also discuss transition plans, and if there's any training that should be provided to meet the student needs. So what is a present level of academic achievement and functional performance, also known as a PLAF? A PLAF stands for the present level of academic achievement and functional performance. So that means that the ARD committee must consider multiple factors, including the student's strengths and academic and non-academic needs in the development of their IEP. Therefore, the PLAF must establish an overall baseline of strengths and needs to determine the annual goals. In your PLAF, you also have to make sure that you include clear objective data, as well as parent input, description of the student's strengths and needs and gaps, an explanation of how these gaps affect student learning and participation, an explanation of how the student's disability impacts his or her progress in the general curriculum, and information the art committee uses to determine what student can achieve in 1 year. So we alluded to LRE. So we wanted to provide a little bit more information in regards to what is LRE. It's least restrictive environment. And the key term is to the maximum extent appropriate. So students with disabilities must receive in an environment with non-disabled peers to the maximum extent appropriate. Schools must ensure that a student is not removed from the general education environment unless the nature or severity of the disability is such that the student cannot be educated with supplementary aids or services. Consideration of the LRE placement is determined annually in a student's annual ARD. It says general education should always be the first consideration. But we also want to include and be mindful of what LRE mandates for charter schools. Like all public schools must provide a continuum of alternative placements to students with disabilities. So the continuum must include instruction in regular classes or mainstream instruction. Should also include special classes like a resource classroom, as well as a self-contained setting, meaning that students are instructed away from non-disabled peers for more than half the day, as well as homebound. So charter schools must also have a plan if a student requires placement in a special school, home instruction, and hospital instruction. So these are just a few of the instructional arrangements and settings in Texas. Let's be sure that an LEA does not have to have all placements available, but the placement must be made available if the art committee determines it is appropriate to meet the student's needs. So we are presenting information that can be found in the IEP development guidebook. So this is one of the resources that the technical assistance team for the Texas Education Agency has recommended for every charter provider, teachers, and administrators. So this is a great resource for you all to utilize as you are planning for your special education, students receiving special education services. Although our team doesn't oversee Section 504, we thought it was important to at least provide some general information in what's a 504. So these are also formal plans that the Section 504 committee develops to give students with disabilities the support they need. The plan covers any condition that limits daily activities in a major way. So in the next one, you'll get how does a student qualify for special education. This one is it just has to limit the daily activities in a major way. And I believe there's resources for 504 that you can find that'll help support creating your 504 program. So who qualifies for special education services? A student may have a disability, but not necessarily need special education services. However, to qualify for special education services, the student must have an identified disability and, as a result of the disability, require special education services or a related service. Are there any tips for child find? So child find, once again, is the obligation that every LEA has in order to identify students under special education IDEA. So here's some helpful tips that our team has provided in order to help you all be in compliance with child find. Number one, provide orientation and training to staff. There is documentation and timelines that the charter must be able to support. So that's going to be your first line, ensuring that all your staff is familiar with child find. What are the requirements? And then what does that look like for your school on how you're going to align your process to ensure that you are under compliance with child find. You could also take an active approach to identify students with disabilities. So the law states that LEAs may not wait for others to refer students for special education or request an evaluation. So if your school identifies a student that may have a disability, then take that active approach. Begin collecting the information to ensure that you are identifying students with disabilities and providing those services as determined by the student's ARD. Please make sure that you review your child find procedures annually, as well as identify opportunities to improve continuously on your process. Generate factors that may trigger a need to refer a student for an evaluation. So for example, an LEA may not deny or delay an initial evaluation because previous interventions have not been implemented. Consider the various needs a student with an identified disability may need in one of the 13 categories, like as we reviewed in the beginning of this presentation. And then special education students are general education students first, and most will receive special education or related services in the general education setting. Therefore, coordination and collaboration are essential. So who can make a referral to special education? Students, parents, or legal guardians, school personnel, another person involved in the education or care of the student. And lastly, these are some sticking points. Referrals can be made verbally and are not required to be in writing. LEAs must respond within 15 days to a request. Before an evaluation can begin, the parent must be notified and provided the procedural safeguards. And an LEA may not deny a referral or delay an initial evaluation because pre-referral interventions have not been implemented with a student. So how long do I have to complete an initial evaluation? LEAs have 15 school days to respond to a request for an evaluation. Once that's completed and you receive written consent, an FIEE, which is a full and individual initial evaluation, must be completed in 45 school days after the parent family consents. After the FIEE is completed, then the school has 30 days to schedule and meet with the ARD committee from the date of the report. So I mentioned this word ARD. Who's required to attend the ARD? The ARD committee is responsible for the development of the IEP and decision-making during the ARD. IEPs must be reviewed at least annually and more often as appropriate. As appropriate includes the following. So for example, the student is not making progress towards their annual goals, then you should consider meeting an ARD committee making some determinations to provide more supports. If there has been a reevaluation conducted, then that would be an ARD would need to be scheduled in order to review the evaluation results, to determine an eligibility, as well as any other matter to meet the student's anticipated needs. So who are the required members of the ARD? This is another important part that I want to overemphasize with you all. A parent or an adult student is required to attend the ARD meeting. Regular education teacher is also a required member of the ARD meeting. The special education teacher is a required member and needs to be there. The LEA representative, normally an LEA rep is a school administrator. That person needs to have knowledge of the resources available in your school in order to support the ARD committee decisions. And then as well as an individual who can interpret instructional implications of an evaluation results. So that person will be identified as a diagnostician or an LSSP, a licensed school specialist psychologist. I think, or maybe I inverted the S's. Additional participants who may be required to attend based on students' needs or eligibility. You can always invite the student with a disability to their art. Agency representation. So any outside agency that the LEA identifies that may support the student, that person can be present. LPAC members. So if a student is receiving special education services, as well as identified as an emergent bilingual, you also are required to have an LPAC committee member. And there is some resources in regards to who can play dual roles and who cannot. So I highly encourage you all to get that information, or our team can send that out. CTE representative, so career technology education representative, can be in attendance. Others with knowledge or special expertise. So any related service provider or anyone that has knowledge of the student can be invited to the ARD. A TVI, a TODHH, which is teacher for visual impairment, a teacher for deaf and hard of hearing. If it's a student that's placed in a JJAEP, invite the administrator. If it is a student that is younger than 3, you can invite the ECI representative. And if the student is identified with dyslexia, you can invite the dyslexia specialist. So the people in blue are required members. Without those people, an ARD committee cannot be held. The people in purple are optional or additional participants that provide input to creating the IEP. So what is specially designed instruction? The term specially designed instruction means adapting the content, methodology, or delivery of instruction to address the unique needs of the student and or ensure the student has access to the general education curriculum. What is meant by special education transportation? The ARD committee determines if a student will require transportation as a related service in order to attend and participate in academic services, extracurricular programs, and related services. The IEP must describe the way the transportation services will be provided. So here's some resources that we've also linked in this presentation. As I described, we do have some, we have what we identify as networks in the agency. Those are our technical assistants that specialize in specific areas, and we provide additional information and resources and guidance to support you all as you support our students, as well as your education service centers. So depending on where you're located, there are 20 regions across the state of Texas that provide support and training. So please reach out to any of those individuals. They're there to support you. Great group of individuals and very knowledgeable as well. So here's some more resources. There's the Child Find Network, which is something that's extremely important, although it's all important. You want to be mindful of what your policies say in Child Find, as well as making sure your operating procedures and your team know what needs to get done for this specific area, as well as inclusion. We do have a network for inclusion in Texas. So that's going to be students that are in general education classrooms with the support, special education support. So there's also resources there, lots of wonderful information that's provided to you all at no cost. So once again, I listed the team's names. Scarlett Pappas is the manager. And then we have Janelle Weber and Morgan Phillip Hubbard. They're a specialist and a wonderful team that are extremely knowledgeable and just waiting to talk to anyone who needs the support. So I'm going to stop sharing. And I'm going to see what questions we have. What are our requirements for DAEP? That's a great question. So we want to be, oh, Natalie, you're going to come on.
Yes, Dr. Magallanes, thank you. I'm crafting the response to that
Okay.
one. So, and I'm tying it into special populations as well. So no worries.
Okay, thank you. So there is one question that my wonderful colleague Morgan responded, who selects a specific students for the sample size? We do, the Texas Education does based on your PEIMS information. When you have your initial conference with your specialists, they will be the ones to provide the sample to you. And then you are asked to verify that those students are currently enrolled. We do recognize that there's some transitions and withdrawals and things of that nature that happen, but we want to be mindful that with the agency is now providing the sample for the desk reviews. Please explain the direction of Dr. Hickman. If you want to elaborate a little bit more, the presenter stated that staff was to special education certified or under the direction of. I believe, oh yeah, that's for instructional assistance. So we want to make sure that if you do have an instructional assistant that is supporting students that are identified in special education, that they do have a certified special education teacher that is overseeing their work. Any other questions? Yes, lots of information. Lots of information, special education, you know, it's a lot. So we're here to support you. We also want to ensure that for year ones are supported and that we provide that proactive approach. So that way we can help you, but, you know, just making sure that we have everything in place and that, you know, if there's any questions that you have that, you know, after this presentation, feel free to reach out to us.
So Denise, I wanted to jump in. Can you all hear me? I'm so sorry. I think my headphones are glitching up. Okay, I just wanted to circle back around to something that Marion said, the first part of our session this morning, which was encouraging you all to go back and look at charter applicant interviews. So I think this is a good segue. This is a good time to mention this because watching those interviews, you will see a lot of things, especially in terms of special education, that our applicants seem to either miss or need to provide clarity on, things like that. So if you watch those interviews, a lot of the things kind of come up again and again. So I think if you all watch those, you can get a preview of those and really deal with those things earlier in the application preparation process. So it would not be such an issue or a point of clarity during a capacity interview. So I think that's a good opportunity to do that. And I also want to just tell you all where to find that. So if you all Google State Board of Education, our application interviews are housed on their server. So if you Google State Board of Education and go there, you can navigate to the capacity interviews, and we'll send an email out as we update you all on other things where to find those interviews. But just wanted to kind of jump in right now and explain that this is a good example of when you should refer to what other applicants have gone through in the past later on down the line to see how you can prevent that and address those things now. With that said, I think we have maybe one more question, Denise.
Yes, it's a finance question, and that's a great question. I'd have to get more information in regards to that. And so just working with your charter and how you identify, or you're proposing your student population, and then creating those funding sources, that's pretty much what I would say is going to help determine your Idea B funds, but definitely can help support that process as well.
All righty, so I'm going to give you all another 30-second last call for questions.
Since you are projected out students, you can project funding for that enrollment number.
Yes, that would be correct.
Well, thank you so much for having us. If there's anything else that we can do, feel free to reach out.
Alrighty, so with that said, we have time to take a little 5-minute break, stretch your legs, check your email, etc. And when we come back, we will talk about high quality instructional material. And for anyone who asked a question just now, we will go ahead and respond to those and include them in the frequently asked questions document as well. So we'll see you at 1:05. Hey, everybody, we're going to give you a couple more minutes. Okay, so we'll be back. Let's just give you 5 more minutes. So we'll be back at 1:10. 5 more minutes, 1:10.
All right, it is now 1:10 And we are going to begin our HQIM presentation. We have Leslie Cuellar from the Instructional Materials Adoption Team here to present and answer questions. Take it away, Leslie.
Thank you, Natalie. Can you hear me okay?
Sound great.
Great, thank you. And welcome everyone. I'm so excited to be here to inform you all about our high quality instructional materials here at the agency. So to begin, just a quick introduction. If I can get my slides going, here we go. So my name is Leslie Cuellar. I am the high quality instructional materials recruiting lead here at TEA. You'll see my contact information here at the bottom of the screen. So after the presentation today, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And so for today's agenda, today I'll just go briefly over what are high quality instructional materials and open education resources. I'll then delve into the research around the influence of high quality instructional materials on student learning through a research report that was carried out in 2018 called the Opportunity Myth. I'll then briefly go over our Texas resource review, and then I'll just leave you all with some information on how you can learn more. So to begin, what are high quality instructional materials? So we often refer to high quality instructional materials as HQIM. And so you notice me saying HQIM throughout the rest of the presentation. And so I'm just referring to high quality instructional materials here. So before we jump into a conversation about HQIM, I want to make clear that just having the right tools does not automatically result in effective instruction. So there are a combination of strategic factors that when combined promote effective instruction and increase student achievement. And so this afternoon, I'm going to focus on HQIM because I believe that it should be the base of what is provided for all students and educators in the state of Texas. Districts and schools are already spending money on instructional materials, and so high quality is not more expensive than low quality. And so it's important to highlight that HQIM includes much more beyond just a scope and sequence and or assessments, but they also include teacher and student resources that are aligned to those scopes and sequence as well. And so here on the screen, you'll see a full set of HQIM includes at a minimum course level materials like a scope and sequence, pacing guides, and family supports, teacher facing unit materials that include unit plans and summative assessments, teacher facing lesson materials, including daily lesson plans that cover a full school year and all lesson materials, and student facing materials such as student workbooks aligned to those teacher lesson plans, readers, and all other materials. So this full set of materials is also, they should also cover 100% of the TEKS. So one helpful note on terminology is that in the state of Texas, we actually use the term curriculum to refer specifically to the scope and sequence document organized by unit. So when we say HQIM, we're referring to that scope and sequence document in addition to the teacher and student facing resources that are aligned to the adopted curriculum. And so with that in mind, we formally defined HQIM as materials that, one, ensure full coverage of the TEKS, two, are aligned to evidence-based practices in a specific content area, three, they support all learners, including students with disabilities, English learners, and students identified as gifted and talented. Four, they enable frequent progress monitoring through embedded and aligned assessments. And finally, they include implementation supports for teachers, including teacher and student-facing lesson level materials. And so now I'd like to delve into the opportunity myth. So as I mentioned, in 2018, the organization TNTP followed about 4,000 students across 5 diverse school systems to better understand their experience in the classroom. And so TNTP sought to see if students doing well in school and showing up, doing the work, and meeting teachers' expectations was enough to prepare them for their future. And what they found couldn't have been further from the truth. So in following those 4,000 students, TNTP found that they were able to master the content that was put in front of them in class, and they were in many cases showing up to do that work. But the content itself was vastly below grade level and below rigor. So these students weren't given a real chance or an opportunity to grapple with on-level challenging materials. And so here on the next slide, you'll see a QR code and a bit.ly below it. If you want to screenshot it or put this bit.ly in your web browser, it'll open up I think it's about 8 to 10 page executive summary of the opportunity myth. And so if you'd like to take a minute just to look through it, I won't have time to review all of it with you all, but I do urge you to read it on your own time. And so over the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to do a quick summary of this opportunity myth and why it's so important to grapple with. So through this study, it was so evident that students have big, clear plans and dreams. And approximately 94% of students that were surveyed aspired to attend college, with the vast majority of the students aspiring for careers that required to attain a college degree. So in the 1,000 or over 1,000 assignments that were observed, about 88% of those assignments were relevant to what students were learning in class. And of those, students were able to succeed on 71% of those. So students were consistently doing what they were asked and succeeding on those assignments. However, the real problem lied within the fact that those same students who were on task and meeting the expectations of the assignments that were put in front of them were only meeting grade level standards about 17% of the time. So those assignments they were asked to complete in almost all cases were far below grade level. And so while on average, the assignments observed were below grade level, this varied greatly by classroom. Some students were able to grapple with high quality assignments, like as you see here, this 8th grade language arts class, where students were reading A Mighty Long Way, and where they were able to write an informational essay analyzing historical events and having the opportunity to fully meet the depth of multiple standards and learn relevant content. And so while some students did have access to strong instruction and assignments, as shown on the previous slide, most students spent time on low quality assignments. So TNTP observed another 8th grade language arts classroom just down the street from this previous example that I showed on the previous slide, where instead of students reading a complex text and writing an informational essay based on that text, these students were asked to read a short 5th grade level passage and complete multiple choice questions about vocabulary and then filling in missing vowels and words. So this specific task, as you see on the screen, is not aligned to any 8th grade literacy standards. And so of all of the classrooms TNTP observed, the overwhelming majority of the time throughout the year was spent on assignments that were not grade appropriate. And so only a small portion of the year is spent on assignment that were grade appropriate and gave students the opportunity to be challenged with grade level rigorous content. And likewise, TNTP also observed the classroom instruction and found that, again, the overwhelming majority of classroom hours were spent on lessons with weak instruction, where students weren't doing the majority of the thinking. And only 29 hours out of the school year was spent exposed to lessons with strong instruction. And so the main takeaway from the opportunity myth was that over the 180 classroom hours in each core subject, this leads to significant time on assignments with weak instruction where students are not thinking about their grade level content. And so the results are profound, right? But the problem is actually much more worse for students of color, students from low-income families, emergent bilingual students, and students with mild to moderate disabilities. This research found that approximately 40% of classrooms with the majority of students of color never received a single grade level assignment. This statistic was notably lower when looking at classrooms with mostly white students. And so while these findings are hard to grapple with as educators, TNTP also uncovered what students with high access to opportunity looks like and what resources they need access to. So they found that students need, one, as you see here on the screen, consistent opportunities to work on grade appropriate assignments. 2, strong instruction where students do most of the thinking in a lesson. 3, deep engagement in what they are learning and for it to be relevant. And finally, they need teachers who hold high expectations for students and believe they can meet grade level standards. And so across all demographic groups, students grew more when they had access to all of these 4 domains that I just mentioned. They saw marked improvements across all 4, notably when they were more engaged in class and had teachers that held high expectations for them. And this was especially true for students who are below grade level. So students who started the year behind grew significantly more when they had access to grade appropriate assignments, strong instruction, deep engagement, and teachers with high expectations. So this flies in the face of an implicit narrative we sometimes tell about students who are behind. So, which is that they can do grade level work. It also challenges the notion that students who are behind need less challenging work in order to meet them where they're at. What we see here is that if students who are behind don't have access to grade appropriate assignments, they never have the chance to catch up. Instead, teachers need stronger support and training to give students real access to challenging content, regardless of student starting point. So what does HQM do to help prevent the opportunity myth for students? The reality in most classrooms is that teachers are left to their own devices to find instructional materials. So as you see here on the screen, this is a 2021 study from the American Instructional Resource, or AIR, which found that the top most selected additional English language arts materials were self-created resources from teachers, paid teachers, or from YouTube. And in a 2016 survey, it found that teachers on average spend about 7 hours per week or 250 hours per year developing or finding their own instructional materials. And that's a whole extra workday just to find what they're teaching kids that week, right? So of those who did create or select their own materials, the overwhelming majority found those materials on Google or Pinterest, which I think many of us have probably done that at some point when we were in the classroom. And so this practice gives students a vastly different classroom experience. It also burns teachers out, and most school systems don't provide enough planning time for teachers to intentionally select or create high quality materials aligned to those standards. So this same survey reported that teachers are only given about 3 hours and 45 minutes per week of planning time. And so the main takeaway is that HQM provides equitable access of strong instruction to students through 1, providing consistent and daily exposure to rigorous grade level content to all students. 2, it allows all students to access the same materials across classrooms in a local education agency, and it helps streamline data collected from formative and summative assessments to better understand where students are at. And so with HQIM, it helps alleviate the burden on teachers and allows them to become more focused and intentional in their practice. And so as you can see here on this slide on the left, without HQIM, teachers are doing much more to prepare and implement a curriculum compared to if they are only using high quality instructional material. And so now I'm going to jump into our open education resources. So here at TEA, we have a team devoted to creating open education resources that are HQIM. So you might be asking, what are open education resources, or OER as we call it? And so to review this, here on the screen, this is the legislative language that enables and codifies OER at the Texas Administrative Code, or also known as the state statute or Texas Education Code. And so I'm just going to hit a few of the high points of the statute that are bolded here in white. So OER means teaching, learning, and research resources that reside in a public domain. They allow for free use, reuse, modification, and sharing with others, and are used to support access to knowledge. And there are a number of challenges in the field that our work seeks to address. And so here, as you see on the left, here are current problems, and on the right, here are our solutions that OER provides. So I'm just going to read through them one by one. So first and foremost, research shows that 83% of assignments provided to students are below grade level, as I mentioned from the opportunity map. And so with OER, the solution is that it ensures access to grade level texts and assignments every day for all students. Another problem is that many materials that cover the TEKS are not aligned with research and how kids learn. While OER products are TEKS aligned and designed based on research. Another problem, many districts purchase copyright materials that cannot be customized to a local context. With OER, districts may download and edit all OER products to customize to their local context. Another issue, many districts do not provide comprehensive resources, leaving teachers to find or create materials. And with OER, we include comprehensive resources that provide teachers with everything they need to cover 100% of the TEKS. And finally, most instructional materials don't have a path for continuous improvement. And with OER, we are consistently conducting focus groups and getting feedback from Texas educators to inform product development. And so here on the slide, it just shows you the suite of OER products that we currently have. So I'm just going to go over the slide a little bit in detail with you all. And so on the left side, you'll see the subject or the grade level, subject and then the grade level. You also see the products by name, and then you'll see on the right side the OER license and the school years in which they are in effect. And so for K through 5 math, we currently offer Eureka Math Texas Edition in both English and Spanish. And we're currently working on a new product for Zern Texas that will also be in English and Spanish. And these editions will be available through the 23-24 school year. For math 6 through 12, we have Carnegie Learning Texas Math Solutions, which that is OER license is valid through school year 23-24. We also have RLA K through 2 Spanish Foundational Literacy. This is Amplify Texas, both available both in English and Spanish, and also available or licensed through the 23-24 school year. For RLA K through 5, also we have Amplify Texas. That's also licensed through 23-24. And then RLA 6 through 8, we have Amplify Texas that is licensed through 2023. And then we are currently working on a new product that we're hoping that will be available in school year 23-24. For RLA grades 9 through 12, we have Odell Education High School Literacy Program that is licensed through school year 23-24. For science K through 5, we currently have PhD Science, which will only be available through the 22-23 school year. And we're working on a forthcoming product that should be available starting in school year 24-25. Also forthcoming products that will, for social studies and an integrated K through 5, will be available in upcoming years. And here you'll see it's TBD. So those are still works in progress. And then for pre-K, which is my favorite grade band, we have teaching strategies, which expires in November 2023. And we're currently working on a new product that will be available hopefully in school year 23-24. So those are the resources that are available currently, and I will go ahead and continue with our OER development process at a glance for you all. So this is our OER development process. So as you see here, we first start off with procuring materials, which they first undergo a competitive solicitation, and then they go through an initial review where they are reviewed by a third party and also through Texas teacher and stakeholder focus groups. One note that I would like to emphasize is that Texas educators are deeply involved in the work to procure, review, and improve these materials. So here, as you see on this third step, these materials undergo a formal review process where Texas educators are at the heart of that process. And then we products go under a continuous improvement cycle annually. And so we work with our partners to continuously improve those materials each year based on Texas educator feedback. And every January, we do have an annual release in ahead of the upcoming school year with the release of materials for that year. And so now I'm going to jump into our Texas Resource Review, also known as TRR. And so the overall goal for the Texas Resource Review is to provide, is to support districts with the selection of high quality instructional materials. The TRR is designed to provide comprehensive and user-friendly information about the quality of instructional materials. And the process for TRR consists of, first, instructional materials are submitted for a quality review. They then go through a State Board of Education coverage process, which determines which standards are met. And they also go through a quality review process where reviewers collect evidence to determine how well standards are being met. And then lastly, there are clear and transparent user-friendly results that are published on a portal, which for us is the TRR website. So on our texasresourcereview.org website, which you'll see a link here at the bottom, you can find rubrics and reports by content and grade level. So the rubrics show all the criteria that reviewers consider when reviewing your product, and you are also able to access all rubrics and use them for your own process if you'd like. The reports provide detailed findings and evidence for each instructional material. And you can also review and compare reports for different materials you are interested in procuring. And so on this next slide, it's just an example of a pre-K rubric, pre-K systems rubric. And here, so reviewers would navigate through a rubric based on the categories that are similar to what is shown on the screen. And they would focus on each category to evaluate the quality of an instructional material. And so on these next few slides, I'm just going to show you some screenshots of our texasresourcereview.org website. And so I really would encourage you all just to go in and do this while I was talking, just to get a glimpse of what is available on the website and how best to navigate it. So rubrics can be easily downloaded by visiting this website and then using the drop down below what it says about TRR. And then here is just a view of some of the TRR reports that are available. So the TRR website provides information in various ways to support the local selection teams in their process. So when you first bring up the reports, as you can see here on the screen, you will see a view in which all the section scores are visible for products. And then you can jump into specific details for each product by clicking on the view reports, as you see here circled on the screen. And I apologize, my PowerPoint's jumping ahead of me. So on this next slide, for the quality reviews themselves, within each of these reports, you can see a drop down to see how well the product had met, partially met, or did not meet specific indicators. So from there, the evidence that what's collected that resulted in the determination of a specific score. And then here's just an example of a detailed review of a report. So the level of detail here is extensive and helps provide local teams with detailed information. So teams can focus on the qualities of the product that best meet their local needs. And so I know I kind of went through that really quickly. And so I will just leave you all just with some information. So if you, I apologize, that keeps happening and I don't know how to turn off the audio feature, but that was just the texasresourcereview.org website. And so all the information, if you're curious to see what instructional materials we have, the reviews for them and our rubrics, you can visit our website. So that's all the information that I have. And I don't know, Natalie and John, if this is just an opportunity to open up for questions.
Yes, absolutely. We definitely have some time for Q&A. I know that's a lot of information. It's a really strong overview of what TEA is trying to get at by providing really high quality materials. And so these are things that we really strongly urge you to consider in creating your application proposals. Please know that the Texas Home Learning website is linked in a resource page in the narrative section of your application. You'll notice also that in the school design section, there is a high quality instructional materials section that is explicitly evoking this language and asking you to identify what high quality materials you plan to use or create as part of your proposal as well. So if you have any questions about this, please, now is the time to jump into the Q&A. Leslie also shared a resource, the Texas Resource Review website, which we will also make sure that you have as well.
Yeah. Any questions?
Trying to practice
Friday.
good wait time.
It's Friday, so I'm sure people are being ready for the weekend.
Well, I will say that last year, when we introduced the HQIM section in our application, and we had this presentation during our info sessions, we did get a lot of questions, whether that was when applicants started working on their narratives or later on in the process. So we, not to shamelessly plug these again, but we will have HQIM team return and present for an optional support seminar. So if you don't have any questions at this moment, but you start exploring these resources that Leslie has provided and that are embedded in the application as well, and things come up, then you're more than welcome to register for that seminar and attend the office hours, and we will answer our questions to the best of our ability.
Yeah, that'd be great. And just to echo that, like that session, I believe is just we're going to delve a little bit deeper on how you can really access the Texas Resource Review and use the resources to make your own informed decisions on the instructional materials that you want to use. All right, well, I will jump off then if there are no questions.
Okay, we'll let you know. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty, everybody. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Get you out here earlier, though. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we get back, Marion will talk to you all about incubator opportunities and close us out. All right, so we'll see you in 5 minutes. Let's see, at 1:42. All right, see you at 1:42.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us after that short break. So we've thrown a lot of information at you today and last Friday, if you happen to join us then. And so I wanted to share some information that we also have with you. If you have attended today and thought maybe now is not the right time for me to open, or I have a lot more to figure out, want to share with you about a potential opportunity that you might think through. So we have launched the Texas Charter School Incubator here at the agency. And so we're really excited about this. It's an opportunity for folks who are interested in launching charter schools to receive support and funding in order to be able to do that. I will say that the incubator has already closed its spots for folks interested in Generation 28. We have 2 fellows that are already working their way through that process. But we are looking for candidates for Generation 29 and beyond. And so wanted to share this information with you today. So we have 4 programs that are part of the incubator. One is for replication and expansion, and that's for our charter schools that are already in existence. So not necessarily applicable to this crowd. But the second is new incubation for school leaders. So maybe you've led a traditional ISD school, or maybe you are on the leadership team of an existing charter school already, but you're interested in launching your own school. We have a fellowship there for those types of school leaders. And those would be folks who would work towards a Generation 29 application submission in late 23, who would then open in school year 25. And then we also have another opportunity for incubation for other leaders, maybe community leaders, teachers, those with limited school leadership experience. That's a 2-year process. And so that would be for folks who would work towards a Generation 30 application and submission in late 2024 for schools that would open in school year 26. And then lastly, we have an in-district charter incubation. And this is for entities that are interested in partnering with a school district in Texas to operate an in-district charter, or what we call subchapter C. So we are excited about these opportunities. I will say that they are extremely competitive. For our Generation 28 application process, we received about 30 applications and we selected only 2 fellows. And so it is highly rigorous and highly selective. And so if you were planning to put your application together and apply for Gen 28, I would consider that you still do that. There is kind of no guarantee that you would be selected for the incubator. So just kind of want to flag and give that caveat to everybody. So what does the incubation experience look like? And so it provides at least 5 months of intensive cohort experience. You would come together with additional leaders who are designing schools, focus on vision and development and school model planning. It provides a year of additional coaching once you launch your school to support a strong school launch. For those with prior school leadership, it gives you access to leadership development programs and tailored support and topics that are most important to you. And those who are limited school leadership experience, that 2-year program, that includes school visits and residency experiences at excellent schools, as well as extra support and topics that are most relevant to you. And so the great thing about the incubator is that it comes with a stipend and benefits for you to be able to make launch of your charter school your full-time work. I know many of you have been working on schools for a couple of years now, and finding those nights and those weekends and that time to do it can often be daunting. And so the incubator program allows you to kind of focus all of your efforts on that design and launch of the school. So if you're interested in the incubator, and I would say go ahead and reach out now, even if you're still working on your application. You can email charterincubator@tea.texas.gov, and we'll connect you with Lindsay Denman, our Director of Resources and Support. And she will kind of talk you through that, share application information with you as well for our upcoming future cycles for the incubator, but wanted to make sure that everybody kind of knows and understands that this is potentially one pathway. You don't have to go through the incubator to submit your application to the Texas Education Agency for a charter school, but it is one avenue of support if you're interested. And on that note, I will turn it over to John and Natalie for to close us out and to give answer any optional questions and participate in that optional question time at the end.
Thank you, Marion. So yeah, we're going to close out. We got you out pretty early today. We just really thank you all for coming here. We hope it didn't take too much of your day, but it is important. It's a lot of information to digest. That said, next steps will be, we will process these recordings, publish those again by the middle of next week, along with these presentations and along with some additional presentations, including the charter school law that I mentioned earlier this morning. So with that said, that's it for the required piece of our seminar today. For the next 20-25 minutes, Natalie and I will kind of stick around for any additional optional Q&A. So if you do not stick around, that's okay, you've met the requirement. If you do stick around, again, it's just an opportunity to ask any questions that you weren't able to get to during our seminar today. So that said, y'all have a good weekend. And for those who are sticking around, just go ahead and start shooting your questions over to us. And forgive us if we just look awkward into the camera while we're waiting for you all to type your questions out.
And also, I'll just give another plug about the support seminars and the office hours. You can find that information on the additional supports webpage from the applicants page, linked from the applicants page. A lot of the topics that we discussed today, special populations planning, HQIM, CSP, financial plan workbook, we're going to do deeper dives on those in those support seminars, as well as looking at other agency initiatives that could support your innovative model or any other sort of features that you want to offer in your proposal. So please check those out.
All right, looks like we have some questions coming in, so let me kind of read over them. Hold on one second. Okay, one person is asking, they would like to serve overage students who have not graduated. Is that a possibility? That's a possibility, but I think the better option for that particular person is to email us with a more robust, I guess, question so we can provide I guess, more holistic response, because subchapter D or E might not be the proper channel for you. So if you want to go ahead and email the charter application inbox, we can get you a more robust answer for that. Someone's asking, ultimately, if in the CSP grant you're capped at 900,000, what if you need additional funds beyond the 900,000 due to unforeseen issues, like things that require repairs? To my knowledge, the 900,000 is the max grant. So any funds that would be necessary after that would be on the onus of the applicant. Looks like we have a CSP SMART goal question. Let me read it and let me see if we can respond to that right now. Hold on. Okay, looks like we had a question about the SMART goals, but it's going to require us to go back to the application to confirm the dates listed. So if there is an issue with that, we will go ahead and include that in the FAQ document. Someone's asking, will the Charter Incubator Program provide application instruction assistance? By that question, are you meaning services to help write the application? Is that what you're meaning? Okay. Yes, so for those that qualify and are accepted into the incubator program, yes, part of the perks would be assistance in constructing the application.
So we have a question about best fiscal practice and instructional practice to open a K-8 or 6 through 12 campus. That's not necessarily something that we could weigh in on. That would be something I would strongly encourage. It's an interesting question. I will say that we do have a lot of applicants who propose first as K through 8 charters. But that is a question that I would take to the greater charter operator community. If you can reach out to operators, existing operators, or recently approved operators, or even a support organization like TVCSA that might be able to provide more explicit assistance in that regard, but we can't really make recommendations about prudent fiscal or instructional moves at this point. So we have a question that's about designing a school model that's intended to target or create a unique design to support students with disabilities, but the design supports all students. This question is about what are the parameters for proposing that kind of model. Let me just go ahead and say that the law requires that charter schools enroll every student that they are eligible to, that are eligible to attend. So you could not, for instance, have a charter school that is designed to support students with disabilities, but not enroll any non-disabled peers. So you may be aware that the commissioner has approved charters in the past that served or that were designed primarily to serve students with disabilities or students with some form of special needs. However, those charters are still required to admit non-disabled peers. So that's just one thing that you want to be including in your plan is, and as folks in special education will often say to you that if you're designing with special education students in mind, then you are going to accommodate all students. So that's just something that you want to keep in mind as you plan your school model. So the short answer is yes, you can design a model and propose a model that best serves or is intended to serve students with disabilities. But you must also know that if the charter were awarded, then you would have to also serve non-disabled peers in that same exact instructional environment.
Looks like we have a question. Are there any specific parameters to locations that school may be open? Geographically, no. You can propose to open wherever you find it best to serve your mission and vision within the state of Texas. However, there are some requirements in terms of you can be open in a church, but there are a lot of requirements surrounding how you separate the church from the actual school. And there's some other, just in terms of zoning as well. That will be in our, I believe, charter law presentation that will be posted next week. But in terms of just where you are within the state, geographically, no, there are no limitations to that. So someone's asking about 1882 partnerships. 1882 partnerships are linked to subchapter C, of which we did not talk about today. 1882 partnerships, and in that scenario, that is a district authorized charter campus. And the board is the nonprofit organization that in turn answer to the school district to facilitate the terms of the contract between the school district and the organization or the entity running the charter. So we're going to stay on for a couple more minutes. I see there are about 39 people in the room. We're going to wait. Let's see, it's 2 o'clock. We'll give everybody actually till 2:05. If we don't have any questions by then, we'll go ahead and call it a day. If you want to stick around, great. If not, then great. Have a good weekend, and we hope to see you soon. One person is asking, how do you apply for the incubator? And let me pull up that slide so you can write down the email address. 1 second. Okay, so you'll email Lindsay at charterincubator@tea.texas.gov. You can ask her and she'll provide the application information for you. Someone's asking to kind of just to clarify Marion's response earlier about 2 people being approved. So she was referencing the current cohort. So there is a cohort of the incubator that is currently preparing to apply for Gen 28, this application round. That cohort, which is now closed, only selected 2 individuals from that cohort. That doesn't mean there's a 2 applicant threshold. That just means for this particular cohort, 2 applicants met the threshold for approval. Someone's asking about inquiring how many people attended today's session and last week. That is a great question. We don't publish that information. However, anyone interested is certainly welcome to submit a public information request, and we will get that to you per the proper channels. Yes, someone is asking. So yes, someone's asking, is the current incubator cohort closed for 28? Yes. So there are no opportunities to be in the Gen 28 incubator cohort. The next one would start in Generation 29.
Yes, that's why Marion was discussing it at the end of the presentation, just knowing the volume of information provided. If there's someone who feels like an applicant team or an applicant who feels like they need more support and more experience before applying, then she was encouraging you all to look into the incubator resources to potentially apply for those programs, but just bearing in mind how competitive they are.
Someone's asking, can we apply for the incubator? Can we apply for this year and join the incubator just in case? So the incubator will be closed for 28. You're encouraged to apply for 28 if you feel that the applicant team is ready to, again, undergo the process and then be ready to open the school in 2024. But in terms of eligibility to join the incubator cohort for this particular round, is closed, unfortunately. All right, I'm going to issue a last round. We're about to hit 2:05 minute last round. Someone asked, will they be able to tell everyone what they are seeking in the applicants? Can you, I guess, rephrase your question or provide a little more information or detail? Or are you referring to the incubator? If you're referring to the incubator, again, my best recommendation would be, my best recommendation for those who want to understand the requirements and the evaluation process for the incubator applicants, reach out to Lindsay with that email, and she'll be able to walk you through all that information that they already have ready to give potential applicants. Okay, let me post that email one more time. Let me get there. Okay, so with that said, I don't see any additional questions. Again, if you all want, you are more than welcome to submit questions to the charter application inbox, and we will get to those as fast as we can, as well as incorporate those into the FAQ document. So next steps, just look out for an email from us, just letting you know that all these materials and sessions are uploaded onto our website. Y'all have a great weekend. Thank you for attending and best of luck. We'll see you. Bye-bye.